captain on the football team. He was sweet, baby sweet, he was sweet on me. Senior year, oh, I wore his ring, and I was making him my everything, till I caught him in his car with the homecoming queen. I shot him dead. I shot him dead. I shot him dead. Woo. Bang, 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 bang. Number 2 was a man of the law. A million plaques hanging on his wall. His name was Rob, drove a Saab, was a know-it-all. One day he took his little magnifying glass. He started waving it all over my past. He asked some questions that he never should have asked. So I shot him dead. Did it again. I shot him dead. Ooh. Bang, 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 bang. Number 3 was a guy named Fred. By now I'm sure you'll guess how this one ends. I shot him dead. Got a taste for it. I shot him dead. Ooh. Bang, 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 bang.
Okay, let me turn this down.
Was a girl named Jane.
So,
Her hair was red and her face was plain.
been doing some testing. Well, I looked into previous. Well, I've been going through VODs, and I noticed. Hey, pause it. There we go. I noticed that there was one stream, one VOD that had the beginning muted because of copyright material. So I've been obviously playing it fast and loose with this stuff. Oh, I didn't even pop out my chat. We're not any bit organized today. But I been just playing mostly El Cordova / Reina del Cid, which that was yo, Mortal Kombat 2, what the bro, I just started. Holy shit. Thank you for that. Yeah, man, we're thank you for that. This fucking guy. Shout out to Mortal Crux. Fellow dev, or you know, so we hear. I think it's theoretical so far. Whether there's dev happening, but we'll see. I'm hoping. Yeah, we shall see. So yeah, here's something you won't see on the Mortal Crux stream. Holy shit. Yeah, because, well, I mean, partly because it's dev, but partly because it's Unreal, right? Am I right? So both those things. Yeah, welcome on in. Thank you for that raid. Hell yeah, man. How was what I can only guess was Gears? It was. Was it Gears? Yeah, so let's see. Let's just check in where we left off. I hear that like the best way to test if your setup is good for streaming is if you can stream Gears 5. And that's the only way to know. Okay, so what we got here? Okay, so I made this ability for the ghost to just be able to throw the items up in the air, And I've been did some tweaks for the movement of the hands and stuff like that. So God, they're really all about it. It's very random. Sometimes this does not happen very often, and sometimes it's non-fucking stop. And I can't. There we go. There it goes again. So what we're trying to do here. Let me take this book. Take all this shit. Take all this shit, and then drop this in here. Take that. Take that book. Great. So this is our inventory. Now the first thing I want to do tonight is I want to do one other little tweak to this, because what we did in the previous version is my kitchen, you take that back, my kitchen is much darker than this. The whole thing is just I live in a cave. I keep it as cave-like as possible. Yeah. Drunk ass Snoop vibes. Yeah, so what I was doing, what we did last time was had these items kind of suck up into the bag, and then it closes. And I did some more tweaks to that back and forth. But I want to do, there's one last tweak that I want to do to this to kind of really extra sell it, because there are a couple of problems with a couple of the things that I would like to change about this. One is that they all just kind of go, they all lerp to the bottom of the bag. And they will do that even if, and I guess I wonder if I can make this happen, but I'm trying to get the actual, if I get the bag to fall over, I guess I could, yeah. So these will just lerp straight into the bag even if they're on the side. So they'll kind of lerp into the side of the bag, and then they won't go in like into the top. So I want to fix that, and then I also want to scale them down. So right now you can see if I zoom it in, they kind of clip through a little bit, and they're like big, they're full size. So I'm gonna scale them down and kind of make them go toward the middle more, and then down into the top of the bag. That's our goal. That's our goal here. So that should be something of a not a terrible thing to get in here. So let's find out. See what we're getting ourselves into here with this one. So yeah, so this is, oh, interesting. Finish close inventory was the first thing that we do here, because what we should have, oh right, it is the inventory component itself is the one that has this asynchronous function. So we're going to edit that. Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Oh man, you know what? I think we also got to obviously give a shout out to Bruce, because he's a fucking legend. And if you're not following Bruce, I don't know what the fuck you're even doing on this platform. It's crazy. Like, what do you even do while he's streaming? But yeah, thank you so much, friend of the channel, Bruce Cooper, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, and I was thinking about it, we might do Wednesday. I might actually do live bot stuff. We'll see, because I want to make sure I'm getting that stuff in, but also doing enough prep for this kind of thing. So yeah, it will be cool. Seriously, I'm gonna check. We're gonna do a pruning, and if you're not following Bruce, then you're banned. There's just no way. There's no way that we just don't see eye to eye on content creators. So anyway, let's see what we want to do here. So this is our little inventory closing. And by follow Bruce, I mean follow him home. So because that's what I do. So I'm using this instead of a timeline. We're setting this timer by event, and just as soon as they make it to they go through this loop, and we check to see if all of them are, quote unquote, in the bag, which basically I'm setting them within a certain unit here. And then once that's true, then I guess I named the variable all good. So let's see. Oh, actually, what is that? Yeah, so the sets are all good, and then if that's true, then we just kill this, right? Some of the craziest things, people are DIYing pagers now. So look. What? So it's like a phone with fewer features. Like it's so funny. Like we had all these different devices that like that, and I get the appeal because it's like it's back to the old days. I mean, I feel like that is that's definitely I get it. You know, like man, you could just have. It's like I feel like we have to just combine other things. Like give me that, but then give me that plus a Tamagotchi. You know that like I have to. It's like a little one I have to take care of, and then like there's one for like different people or something like that. You know, and so you're like instead of a streak, you know, you're just taking care of this little pet together and shit. Like give me that kind of combination of other things and leave out the phone and it'll be charming or whatever. That will be fun. You can set preset messages. That's insane. That's amazing. Yeah, I feel like I think that's gonna be I'm surprised that that isn't already a thing because I feel like there's so much around like because unfortunately like I for the little bit that I'm on like Snapchat is like they have like streaks and shit like that. I think even Telegram like has it's like weird shit. Like any kind of communication thing is like doing streaks. I feel like that's I mean I don't like streaks in general, but I think it's also the wrong way to go. It'd be good like you just have a pet that you're taking care of, you know? I think it would work. Okay, so I don't think we need to change this, but what we want to do, well, actually, I might want to change this in terms of our item anchor here. I don't even remember what that is. So our item anchor is any, let me see. It's any scene component. So we just have a location, which is fine. And I think I use, all right, what do I pass it when I when I give this thing its item anchor? Let's look for all the things here. Wait. Oh, can I not get it here? Where am I setting my... Oh, yeah, here, item anchor. Find my references, man. So yeah, let's see. We got to find all the references to this. So depending on the, so what I want to do is move this anchor down the bag so that everything moves toward the top of it and then it moves down. So as they're lerping toward this object, I'm going to have that object also move down, or I'm going to like basically offset the position by having it move down. Here we go. Set item anchor is whenever we close the inventory. Great. So we close the inventory on our sack pack. That is, I think it's in our set open, right? So we should be calling close. Yeah, here we go. Close inventory. So in our close inventory here, we want to, we're passing it the base mesh, which we can't move, right? So what I want to do is basically provide us a different Pixie. What's up? Welcome on in. Thank you for that hydrate. Actually, I made another smoothie tonight, so just for this stream. So I'm gonna use that. So everybody, if you yeah, swig 'em if you got 'em. Cheers. And also, let me get this going. Cause shout out to Pixie as well. So many legends hanging out tonight. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. And I know Pixie's very excited for this game. It's gonna obviously it's a slow going process, but we're definitely getting the definitely getting things moving forward. So the goal for this week is to actually be able to do like a full hunt. So we're going to go in, like, it'll spawn a random ghost, and then we'll use some sort of evidence to guess which one it is and be able to test that. So the goal for this week is, by the end of this week, is to be able to do that full loop. So we'll see how it goes. And obviously, you know, you'll be one of the first testers for whatever you want to try out. You're welcome to it. But yeah, everybody definitely check out Pixie Awesome. Mostly Dead by Daylight, right? Like, I feel like you're usually on that. I don't know if that's like that's your actual main, or that's just what I end up catching you on. but yeah, super fun DVD streamer and stuff. But hey, welcome on in, Cairo Mira. Yeah, so like Phasmo, so yes, it's very much like Phasmo. So like, even what I did for the first couple of tools that I'm doing here, what we're doing is we kind of like recreated different Phasmo tools. So this right here, this skull, is my flashlight. So that's our, you know, first little basic ghost hunting tool. So we can see in dark places, always handy. And then we took the EMF reader and made that into this book that has glowing mushrooms on it, so we get our different EMF readings when we go into the little EMF zone here. These are still the same, because I always think I'm going to change that when I try that. And then this is our thermometer, so in the same way that we're detecting EMF, we also detect the temperature. And I made a little bit of a tweak to this one, where this, you can see when it's blue around this edge and it's cold, right now the liquid inside is very static, and when I move it over to here in this hot zone, it's like we got a little bubbly kind of texture going on here that'll move. So in addition to the color, we're also changing the speed that it moves. So there's going to be more than one tell. So this is actually kind of like also, you know, a colorblind accessibility thing, where I want to make sure there are other tells than pure color in any case. You know, I don't want that to be the only distinction. Because even if you have a specific color blindness, that could affect it. So we want to make sure that you're able to just read that stuff as is. So you can see even when it's off, there's no like bubble texture at all. That only happens when you turn it on and it's actively reading the temperature. Turn it off and it just becomes that little green flat liquid. So yeah, so we're going and basically recreating some of the Phasmo tools, and then I made this other tool that I just kind of slapped together for here, so we can actually make the ghost blink. So these two have different blink patterns that we set up as our first way to kind of test the difference between the ghosts. But this one stays on, and this other one here that is now just a... Actually, I want to test if this works. Let's grab that. Okay. So here we go. And yeah, so we can basically make the ghost re-trigger its blink pattern whenever we throw this at it. Oh, did I think I'm losing my fucking mana. Oh, I had that. Hold on. So yeah, so actually one thing that I added to this, but oh yeah, sorry. So just looking for it. My family and I play Phasmo. That's awesome. Now and then be just as chaotic and fun. Yeah. So yeah, this is effectively meant to be like what if kind of ghost hunting investigation game, but like in a fantasy setting. So I want to do things that are more like magic based and stuff like that. So yeah, so mana is actually the closest analog that I'm having for it is like manity is kind of your sanity. Did I say manity? It's your manity. That's kind of what we're making it into. So the mana system here, you're going to actually use mana to power these tools. So what happens is if I grab a bunch of these, well, not this one. Karamira, thank you for that follow. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's we're definitely having some fun making this little ghost investigation and kind of sharing the journey. So what happens right now is these are all, because these are on, they're draining my manatee manatee system. So these are all draining my mana. So I'm gonna have no more manatees left in my system, and when that happens, all these are gonna turn off, and then some of them are gonna shoot up in the air because the ghost came by. But there you go. So now they all turn off. So, but what happens here is that I do have a regeneration. So once it drains all of my mana, all these things turn off. I do have a very slow regeneration. So I can power one thing for like a long time. You know, it's when you get into multiple things. Well, yeah, so even there. So you can see I do have this little stat. Let's try to see if we can get this. I think I am in 1080 now, so you should at least be able to to kind of see, to be able to read some of this shit. So if we look at our Ghost Hunter right here, so yeah, this is my mana right here. You can see it's regenerating pretty slowly. I think I have it at like 0.25 or something like that. So once these are off, these will regenerate. I'll regenerate my mana, and then I can pick this up and power this book for a little bit. Yo, Seaburn, welcome on in. Unreal Engine, my beloved. Honestly, I was a doubter for a long time. I was in Unity for about 10 years, and I just started learning Unreal like back in, oh god, it was last August. So it's almost been a year that I'm using Unreal. So yeah, I'm a convert. You know, partly because of Unreal's or Unity's business practices, and partly just because trying out this new thing. And I was a naysayer about, you know, the visual scripting and that kind of stuff, but definitely a convert to that. What are the oh yeah, so the concept footstep sounds are these ghosts. But right now I have the ghosts always emitting these footstep sounds. So yeah, so you can tell where they are. Technically you could be able to tell, tell where these ghosts are just by the sound if I didn't have these little glowing boxes here. But that's why these are here too. So yeah. So what we're gonna do is fix up our sack pack a little bit here. So we're gonna make our zoom in and out to the inventory here. We're gonna make that a little more fun, and we're gonna zoom it in, and I might even do the opposite way. I might zoom it out as well. Been a long time Unreal fan. Never thought Unity would be a thing that convince everyone to switch. Yeah, I mean, like it was interesting. I do still think Unity has like its merits, but yeah, I think in general Unreal works a lot, works really well for a lot of shit. So I yeah, been enjoying it. And this is one of the reasons, you know, like it really has the object component, you know, system, but I really barely make my own components. I'm usually just making a blueprint and doing child blueprints of that and stuff like that. So yeah, so this is one of our components right here. In fact, so what we want to do is when we are zooming this stuff close to our object, I guess we don't really have a certain amount of time we do this for. We just lerp it until it gets close enough to the bag, right? So we're not really... And I also want to change the anchor that we're using. So what we're going to do is when we close our inventory, I want to pass this a different scene component reference here. So what we should be doing is on our set open, we call close inventory with our base mesh. So I need a different scene object for this. What I'm gonna do is have a scene object that is above here, and then it's going to move. Well, I'm going to offset the value to go down into the box. So they'll first move toward the middle and then move down. But I need a effectively like a point in space. I could I could just offset it from the base mesh, since I'm doing the math anyway. It doesn't really matter which way I do this math. Because what we basically want to do is we want to gradually set this object to be smaller and smaller. But we don't really know. I guess I have to just every frame we want to, we just want to also set actor scale, right? Yeah, scale 3D. Unreal's a powerhouse just because these tools do with rigorous testing. Well, yeah, I mean, and really it's, for a while for Unreal, it was internal testing. And that's where, and I think that's where it like had a lot of things that super didn't make sense about it. And I think things that still in very generic game engine terms, this was made for a pretty specific purpose and then branched out. And I think since it's been publicly available, it's gone through a lot of really great changes for that kind of stuff. I think when it was internal, it had like, when it was the UDK kind of shit, I feel like that's when it was like super unwieldy in a lot of ways. And that was like the last time I used it for a long time. Oh, you're finishing up a project in Unity. That's pretty awesome. I was thinking Unreal or Godot. Yeah, honestly, the only reason I don't go with Godot is because I don't like that they have their own like scripting language. If it was a generic language, if it were like Python or something like that, I feel like it's Python like but not quite Python. I feel like I need a very like generically useful language. I don't like learning a specific language for a specific engine. You're already learning the engine layer of things. I don't like learning this weird syntax on top of that, which I mean, like, kind of had to do for visual scripting. You know, they do have C#. Oh, for Godot, I guess that makes sense. They probably have different options that you can have. Yeah, I mean that would be interesting. I'd be interested. I haven't really I feel like every time I see someone using Godot, I only see them in whatever that specific script is. You can write code in C++ as well. You're insane. I mean, I agree there. I mean, even with Unreal, I thought I was going to be using C++ more than I do. And by that, I mean, I almost never do, you know? There are a couple of things where I want to dip into that a little bit, but I really thought I was going to be making a lot of C++ projects just so that I can make my own nodes and then connect those nodes together. But with like this system, you can make this stuff so modular that you kind of just don't need to anyway. You know, like some things are a little bit messy, but you just pack it up into a little macro or something like that, and then you just don't even have to fucking look at it. So it's kind of nice in that way. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sure like their scripting language isn't like super complicated to pick up. But it's like one of those things that always makes me go, I just wish they used a generic language. I appreciate when things do that. How long have you programmed? Oh boy. I mean, I mean, depends on what capacity you mean, because technically I've programmed in some capacity for about like 30 years now. Because I mean, if we're talking like back in the days where my brother and I had like where we had a computer where you know it was like early days and like you know GW Basic and Q Basic and that kind of shit. We were you know we created mini little games and that kind of stuff. And by high school I could create like very small games and things like that. It wasn't until after college that I started building like kind of full 3D games and things like that. And by games I mean like prototypes. They were like very small things. They were not like full games. So I've been programming, like, it depends. So, the basic languages are a little bit like they're not, you're not creating anything too crazy. I wasn't doing like C++, and I've really done only minimal like C++ really. A lot of C# only because of Unity, but I've been doing like game development seriously for probably like programming wise for about like 14 years or so, I would say. Oh, exactly, Panda 3D and Dark Basic. So yeah, Dark Basic is that what is happening? Um, yeah, exactly. Dark Basic is the original basic language I'm that we started making games in. But and Panda 3D is funny because I was thinking about that before when we were talking about languages, because it's like a very basic it's very basic language. Well, it's very like Panda 3D uses Python, so they are use this very standard language, and that's one of the reasons that I started using it, because it uses Python, and that's just a generically useful language to learn, so it's worth it. What what is this? Trying to say a PNG with I have no idea, honestly. I don't use Photoshop, but if anyone does, they're welcome to chime in on that. But I guess, like, to your question about, well, that's because I want to put an opacity map in the alpha. Well, so if you're adding an alpha channel, something that doesn't have a channel, it will take more memory to add like an alpha channel to something. But I don't know if the opacity map like really takes up that much more room. I think it'd be kind of negligible unless you're doing like crazy high resolution textures. Just a flow days. Like a little catcher game. I'm curious what do you mean by catcher game? Because I think that's the best way to do it. Like, really just find something like super simple, and just make this incredibly simple game, but go through the process of making like the whole thing, where you have to like make a simple save file and actually load the game and continue on from that. I think having that loop in will teach you a shit ton. Godot super modular. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, really, Unity is too. With anything that uses a component object system, it's gonna be pretty modular inherently, right? Unreal isn't, but is a whole package. Oh, do you mean like super modular in terms of like only using it for certain things? Because I mean, yeah, Unreal, you can still build things modularly in Unreal. There's really nothing stopping you. It's more performant on lower end. Yeah, that is one thing I've noticed. I mean, like, I've noticed if I turn down settings, if I just like go into, a lot of times I'll just use the level blueprint, and I'll just go in where, even, it's been so long since I've used it. Yeah, so the level blueprint, and I think what is it, like, there's like a settings, get game user settings, and then you can change the it's been so long since I even did this. But you can like set the quality settings. What is that? There's like or it's not called quality, maybe. I thought it was called quality something. But there's basically like oh yeah, so no, the audio quality level, that's not that one. Set visual effect quality. But there's basically something like this. I feel like there's some other thing that's similar to visual quality, but you're setting the overall like settings of the game to be like either great or okay. So there's like a list of them in there here. So if you set this to a low value, then you can get more performance out of it. So I've set this to like 2, even so I set it down from the maximum. In fact, like I think we have it right. I'm probably gonna forget that that exists. But yeah, oh, scalability, that's what I should have looked for. I'm stupid. So the scalability here, so if we go up to epic, and then I think I turned down like one thing though. So this is like a higher quality. So actually, let's see what we got here. Let's check our... So yeah, frame is 16 seconds, bumping up to 17 sometimes. Not terrible. Yeah, GPU time of about 13 milliseconds. But I mean, that's, you know, that's on a pretty high-end card. Not nothing insane, but you know, something I don't want to expect like people to have. For instance, yo Pay, what's up? Welcome on in. Godot, you can go into its guts, make it super plugin super easy. That's interesting. You know what? I will have to look into Godot more for sure. I think the like overall, I mean Unreal, well obviously I had people like Ibuki in chat you know, talking it up forever, so I finally beat my head against it enough to figure out what's going on, and I definitely like it now, but I am definitely curious about Godot. I'm trying to do ORM packed master material. Oh yeah. I mean, that's probably, yeah. That sounds like more like an Ibuki thing. I haven't even gotten that deep into shaders, but yeah, textures are. I mean, that's because I basically take all the assets from the store, and a lot of those are like, I mean, they'll start at like 4K textures, but you can. I mean, you can change those in the settings. You can, you know, you can like compile it down. So you can compress the shit out of those things usually. So you can, even if you're starting at 4K, you're not necessarily even building to 4K. You might be changing your, you know, might be changing the settings on that before you even go to build. So you want the source to be like the lowest like loss that you can get, right? Ideally, if your source can be lossless, like same with audio. You know, you create WAV files, and those are pretty big, but they'll get compressed into, I actually don't know what Unreal compresses them into. Unity puts everything into Ogg Vorbis. So everything gets compressed as like a, you know, I think 10 to 1-ish, you know, by default. So yeah, so I think like, you know, you want even if your source is still kind of heavy, you can still compile that down. You can compress that stuff enough that you don't really, I don't know. I don't think it's even that big of a deal what your source is. You can have people compress stuff down. But yeah, for Ibuki, we were just talking about the like the most efficient way basically of packing like alpha into stuff, and then what was the ORM packed. They're trying to make an ORM packed master material. Yeah, Linus in the chat was talking about that. So yeah, I haven't really dug that much into materials, but yeah, the green potion. So the green actually means it's off. So what I have here is this is the potion in its default state, and then when you click it in, the same way, for instance, like with the book, you click it to turn it on. We do the same thing with the potion. So this is its off state, and if you click it, then you get, you know, your color and your movement here. And then when we go over here, we get our blue, which makes it cold and also stops the bubbles in there a little bit. And then when you go into the hot area, it turns red, and it makes that stuff go faster. So like that's our kind of like maximum. Which I don't know if we'll also use like hot zones. I think it's either like room temperature or cold, but like this is what it would do, for instance, if it's really hot. So maybe we'll do different things with that. But then yeah, we turn it off, and it goes back to that state. So yeah, I was doing a bunch of like tweaking to just the way that, you know, you pick up and put down these objects. So right now these ghosts ghosts are going crazy right now. There's like a little bit extra movement to these. You know, they kind of like turn them around and toss them. And for this one, you kind of just launch it. So I've been doing some tweaks to that, just and changing hand poses. So I'm making specific ones for each of them. I think it's different green. Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, the default it's on may not be what may not be the right green. It is by default. I think it's like brighter when you start. Yeah, it's brighter when you start. Interesting. So actually, you know what? That that brings up a good point. Let me check this real quick, because what we should be able to do is I like the color stars. I mean, I want to communicate that it's off, so I don't want it to necessarily glow that much. So maybe we'll make it a little bit more where are we here? So the base mesh for this, here we go. So this should be just at the default color. What do we wait a second. You should be... Wait, why are we... Here we go. That was weird. That was weird. Oh, sorry, I missed some of this. Are you gonna do like preset characters or completers? So I'm not 100% sure what I want to do for characters yet. I have these right now as like mechanical hands, and I kind of want I like that just because I really like that asset. I mean, it doesn't even technically fit in with like the more medieval fantasy theme. It looks kind of more sci-fi, but I don't know. I'm just kind of going with it for now. But I think that I want to have some degree of customization, but I think overall it'll be kind of like it'll be kind of more like you'll have like base characters and then maybe be able to like change accessories or something like that is what I'm thinking, because I don't want to make a full character customization. It's not really going to be that, I guess, deep, but but we'll do something. I want to do something where you do have like some sort of customization, maybe even from kind of the amount you're able to progress, because one of the things that you'll have like for instance in Phasmophobia, when you're in the little home base, you get like a where are we in here, environments. So if we go back to our home base, you'll have like trophies and things like that. And so this is our home base, and so for instance we will have trophies up here. So yeah, so it's gonna be, we're gonna have like, so maybe some of the trophies will also be things that you're able to like equip, and so like you'll have customization that is based on your progression as a ghost hunter, that kind of thing. When I see those objects fly up, I think it's implementing a big metal pipe. Yeah, exactly. I mean that it would be. I do want to have like a sound. It probably won't be that extreme, but I do want to have something like that where everything goes up in the air. And I want to also have it. My idea for making that, for tweaking that a little bit, making it a little bit more dynamic, is having the force that goes up be proportional to the distance that it is. So, and I'm thinking maybe the things that are closer will be higher up. So it'll be kind of like a peek at wherever the character is, if there are a bunch of items. And welcome on in, Blindness. Thank you for following. Pixie using those emotes. Those emotes are amazing. I gotta say, every time. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming on in. So yeah, so I think there'll be some sort of customization within players, but it will be along some sort of base. And I don't know whether to go like full robot or just like have it so that they have just their arms are robotic, but then you can kind of, because the other area I was gonna look into is making metahumans for them. And that way we would have theoretically like a lot of variety to at least choose from in bases, and see where we go from there. But I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, the metahumans are pretty crazy. I mean, That would be it would be an interesting stream actually. This might be a fun future thing because what we could do is even dive into the MetaHuman editor and we could just make a character live on stream and people can kind of vote on what they want and things like that because it is a full ass, like, I mean, it's the most detailed character creator you've basically ever seen, but it's like very high res, Unreal, ridiculous thing. It would be kind of cool. So yeah, maybe we'll plan for that. I'll try to make sure that we have that is like an event that we have some warning for, so that people know to do that. Because I think it'll be fun. It'll be a fun little event. Having robots. Yeah, actually, that's Seaver, and that's fun that you say that. Because yeah, totally. I mean, it's fun that you also say interdimensional, because that is also what I was kind of thinking. I think you will kind of effectively go to different worlds, and that will allow us to do things that are A, kind of out of the normal theme, and then B, it'll also be yo Onslaught, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Fucking just legends all over the place here. Let me try to type. I'm also extra handicap typing wise because Kilobyte, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for that raid, Onslaught. Everybody, if you are not following Onslaught, amazing. I mean, what a fucking vibe that dude is. It's always a good time. Were you playing Hunt tonight? Was it another Hunt night? Thank you so much. How was the bayou? What I assume was the bayou. I assume I'm correct in assuming that. But yeah, doing well. We are creating, for those of you who are just tuning in, we are creating a ghost hunting game, as the title says. It's kind of D&D meets Phasmo is probably the closest, is like the 2-second pitch, that I would give it. So we're recreating a lot of the basic, tools I get. So this skull right here is not just a normal skull, it is a flashlight. So we're kind of taking the classic Phasmophobia tools, and we are making them a little bit more fantasy, a little bit more like medieval fantasy themed and stuff like that. So Mechanical Turk, thank you. Yeah. So this is we're doing something a little bit different. So this one is, for instance, the EMF reader instead of your standard little plastic tool. Mechanical Turk, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. This one is the EMF reader. So you can start off, you can toggle this, and then if you go into here, we get our EMF 2 into this zone, so we get a little bit of suspicion, and then if we go over here, we get our EMF 5. So these two different zones have different readings. And then one thing we were showing off earlier was that these also are using mana right now. So they're actually using my character's mana, and once it drains, so this is also the while it's working, this is the this is the thermometer. So this is basically detecting the hot and cold. So right here, the blue is the cold, and let's see, implement it. Oh yeah. Do a face scan. That would be funny. I would totally be down for that. So yeah, once this turns off, it means all the mana has drained, and so all of the things turn off that we're relying on it. Thraknor1, thank you for that follow. I do ghost hunting. Oh, really? Wait, you're ghost hunting Mondays? I mean, nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, I feel like every time I catch you, it's always, I guess it's not on Mondays because I feel like it's usually Hunt, but that's cool. Yeah, I definitely enjoy, obviously, the genre as well. And so that's kind of the idea that I had behind this, was like, what if we just try this but with a different type of flavor on it, So we're doing the fantasy version. So now that I regen my mana a little bit here, we can do this. So this is our cold area, this is our hot area, so it gets red and it gets a lot faster. So yeah, so we're doing a lot of the standard Phasmophobia tools, but with a little fantasy slant on them. And then this one, I can't show you in here because we don't have a ghost in here. But if we were to zoom back over to our cavern temple, let's see. Doing first playthrough of Alien Isolation. Oh, interesting. I've heard good things. I've never played it, but it definitely seems like it would be a pretty fun one to run through. That's a fun idea. My mind kind of goes to overdrive. What you could do. Yeah, exactly. I mean, welcome to game dev, Mechanical Dark. Like that. That's kind of. I feel like that's so often how it is. Like it. There are just certain things where you get to a point where you see all of the possibilities in kind of what this can do. So I guess I didn't show this either. So this is the inventory. I gotta brighten this up just a little bit for the sake of stream. It's very dark. But here are all of our tools, and what I can do is toss all these into our bag. And this actually, well, we're going perfectly back into what we're trying to accomplish when we got sidetracked. That happens. That's what the purpose of the stream is. So this is our bag of holding, for lack of a license. I can still say it, I guess, but that's what this is. So this is your inventory. Basically, this will be where you kind of hold all of your items. The manatee says, I think I honestly may have to change the I may have to change the name of the variable to manatee. Your channel icon. Oh, thanks. I actually, so I just kind of played around with some little like cartoon balls. I would, if you are interested in making any, I would totally be down for that. We can work out some more stuff, because obviously, if you don't know, the incredible Pay or Pirate in chat made our emotes, and they are amazing. Oh my god, these ghosts are just fucking going crazy. Pixie with the hydrate, thank you so much. What did they do with my fucking inventory, bro? What did they do? Okay, hold on. We're gonna reset, and then we're gonna hydrate while we reset. Thank you for that. Cheers. Swing them if you got them. Make sure you also stay hydrated, and unlike me, actually do it not only when you're told. Cheers. Also, yeah, I also want to rewatch Beetlejuice. That's one that I remember as a kid, but it was just so fucking weird that like my brain did not really process. I couldn't actually tell you what Beetlejuice was about until I saw it like as an adult very recently. I never really knew. I just knew that he was this crazy ghost guy. I didn't really understand any, like, the actual plot of that movie. No fucking idea. It was crazy. It was like I was seeing it for the first time. I know these these ghosts are getting a little out of control. But I do, yeah, Bag of Belongings is nice. I think the name, technically the internal name for it is Sack Pack. But oh, I gave that a little bit of oomph. I didn't even I don't think I got to show what it actually does if a ghost does not interrupt you and break your item. So what we're working on doing, we're refining here, is this little zoom. So if I hit F here, these objects will zoom into the bag, and oh, that was weird. Did we break it? Did we break the bag somehow? Did we break the bag? Wait, did I already like break the bag somehow? Hold on a minute. Just by looking at it. We broke it by looking at it. So what we want to do is we want to fix that zoom. I want to fix that zoom in. And by that, we want to Oh, I set the scale to 0. So okay, so here, yeah, this is don't. So here, now it'll work because I was setting the scale to 0 because that's the next thing that we were doing. I was in the middle of doing that when we, when people joined and you know, as is tradition, totally got sidetracked talking about other shit. Here is this. Now this will zoom in properly. Look at that. Look at that. Then they pop back up. So they were reappearing. They were just scaled to 0 because that's how that's what we were in the middle of doing here. So you can see yeah, they'll zoom in, but they can kind of like clip on the side, you know. So one thing I want to do is this location. I want to, well, you know what? I guess it's for every loop that we do it. Based on the distance, I want to then change this. So what we'll do for, we have our actor location and we have this is basically our destination. So what we want to do is, based on how close it is, we want to scale the object down. Oh, but actually here, this brought up another question of basically what we need to do here. We need to save their current scale because they're not all scaled to 1. So we need to remember what scale they were at and then set them back to that, which we should have done before we added this, but that's how it works. Good. Exactly. But yeah, and that's why you do stuff. Honestly, like that's what helps on this stream is like as I'm going through things, like, oh yeah, so this thing doesn't work, and so we'll just walk through what happens here, and then that's how we solve bugs. It's pretty nice. Putting a spotlight in the bag pointing towards the item would go a long way. Yeah, you know what? So actually, so let's see. If we take our sack pack here, so what we would have to do, so I do have the glow. The glow is like affecting it from here, but yeah, so let's do if we were to take I guess we want it from the base mesh here. No, from the open bag. Yeah, from the open bag. And then we'll add a light here. Let's try this. Fuck it, I'm gonna search for it. I guess let's do a spotlight. Whoops. Let's see, bag light. We can spell that. I'd say parent a spotlight to the mesh, hijack the open. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking here. So if we go over here, so right now it is on the open one, which is the one that it should be able to, I don't know, if it doesn't automatically inherit the active state, then I'm sure we can make it do that. Just kind of force it. So let's go down to 4. I want to widen this out though. And I kind of want to make it the same color as that opening. Although it's a little bit it's kind of too close to here. Let's just, if we use the same color, here we go. Copy that. Can we use that for the light here? Paste. Nope, that did not do what it looked like it was gonna do. Ancelat, yo, thank you for the raid. You are a fucking legend. Thank you for hanging out, man. Appreciate you. Let's see. If it's parented to a mesh that's being toggled, each file. Well, so I guess maybe that's the thing. The whole mesh isn't being toggled, but the visibility, and I guess it would inherit the visibility of the parent. That would be the specific thing we're doing. And actually, you know what? I kind of don't want to have this be too crazy, right? Like, yeah, what if it was just like 200 out? Or maybe, Let's do 100. Well, let's make it small and see where we get from there. Well, no, that's only hitting the top a little bit here. Let's make it 200. It's a little, it feels a little bit big, but let's see. Unity will well, I mean, Unreal does too. Like this location, it'll let you do that, but I guess this is not, maybe it's not the same type, because there's like a color, linear color versus this float 4 color, I guess. It's interesting. I mean, yeah, it's just an RGB, and maybe this is this one. Wait, over no sack pack. Is this one? Yeah, this is just RGB. That's really weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does that. It should work the same way, but who knows? All right, well, let's see if this works then. So we shouldn't even have to do anything. This should just toggle with the sack. So this glow, we still do have a glow here. So let's see. So if we open this, let's see if our that is way better, that underlighting for this. Yeah, you can see everything so much better. That's cool. And then so yeah, I guess, I mean, we could just probably explicitly toggle this the same way that we do the meshes, you know? And if we've been talking to Ibuki, which also, that's one of the, I'm behind on my shoutouts, but definitely also check out Ibuki, also doing some Unreal stuffs. Is doing a lot more of the art side of things too. Kind of doing all custom meshes, getting into a lot more of that like specific custom stuff, which is pretty cool. So definitely check that out. You can also change how much it affects the volumetric fog. Oh, interesting. I mean, I think I do want it for this. I don't think there's a light in here that I don't want the fog on for, but it is good to be able to toggle that if we want. So yeah, so basically what we need to do is just toggle this in our sack pack. We want to toggle when we set open, whether we activate or deactivate this. So the same thing that we're doing for this is always going to follow what we do with the bag open. So if we're setting visibility to true on this, then we're setting visibility to true on our light as well. So let's just do that. Give this a little bit more room. And I guess we don't need to move this. Let's just take our bag light. And I think it's also visibility. Yeah, just set visibility on that. Oh, you know what? Propagate to children. So technically, if we just do this, then we shouldn't have this. So let's see if this works. That, just ticking a box. There you go. There you go. Just tick the fucking box. Just tick the fucking box, and then you don't gotta do anything. There you go. Just tick the goddamn box. We don't fucking need this. Great. There you go. There you go. Gosh. Oh, well, we were talking about the I was talking about our dirty sack here, and how we were talking about that solution of doing the like blend, what is it, like the blend states for it or something like that, where you can kind of like a blend shape for it so that we can close it. But yeah, actually, I really like that light now. I think that really adds to it. That's looking good. Grab this shit. Grab all this shit. God damn it! You fucking bitch! I'm holding down the throw. It's gonna launch this shit now. Okay, well. Well, there you go. Take that. I'll take that one. Got some orbiters here. That's why I like this. Just naturally does kind of some weird things, you know. It'll just move around here. Just a blend shape back and forth. Smoke burst looks pretty. Yeah, thanks. I found that I was basically repurposing a bunch of assets as I tend to do in everything here. So so yeah, I think especially for the open, I think it actually works really well. Like I think it just kind of bursting open like that works. For this thing, like I think maybe even just like toning down that that glow, you know, or something like that, where if it just like shrinks down. But yeah, I think it'd be fun to try like something like that, because it's just one of those things I don't see anybody doing, you know. So I think it'd be really cool to experiment with just something kind of different. That's kind of what we're doing here. Oh shit! Fucking just as I opened it. So here's a great example. These are on the side, right? And they're gonna go toward the bottom of the bag, but it's gonna turn upward when that happens. So they kind of go into the side of it. God damn it! You're fucking get out of here! You're being a menace. Being a menace to my inventory. So yeah, I think this is I think this lighting is working really well now. Let's go. Yeah, so whenever you open, I guess I didn't mention that part. So whenever you, what the fuck? It took that like okay, well anyway. So when you open this, it automatically puts any skull into rave mode. So it just changes the color and toggles it on and off every half a second. And to get the programming side of things, I mostly do environments. Honestly, I'm terrible with environments. That's why I am using like demo levels of things. So that's why I had this different focus on it, where like I'm filling in the art and the aesthetic of things with like these by repurposing and kind of jangling around these different assets. But when it comes to even environment layout, like I don't know, I just don't have that like. I think this works as such a good layout. I don't know. Well, I'll have to see. I don't really. I like having the kind of design of the environment being done by like the artist, you know. So it's nice to have this like example level, and I kind of just optimized it for real time stuff. So everything basically, it's not even just the bag, it's everything right now. Everything is being launched upward by the ghosts. It's whenever they complete their and I can actually show you in the ghost. We hop into our little ghost behavior right here in our ghost 3. So this right here, this object interact task, they both have these. So what it does is it moves to the player and it waits, and if this is successful, then it waits and then it interacts with all the objects. And yeah, it actually is the ghost too. Yeah, that is the ghost. So then inside of this interact, basically all it does is it just calls this interact with nearby objects on the ghost. It's assuming this is a ghost base. And if it isn't, which it does nothing. So in fact, you know, just in case we do run this on something that's not a ghost base for some reason, I don't see us doing, but just in case, we'll just finish execute immediately if this cast fails. We just don't do anything. Actually, you know what? We should just finish with a failure just in case, I guess. Just in case, we don't need this. If we finish with a failure, then we're at least telling it something went wrong there. But yeah, so this interact with nearby objects basically just takes all the nearby physics bodies with that are hunter objects, and then goes through and adds this force to them. So that's all it's doing. So this behavior will be different, like per ghost. Like some of them will only interact with like one of the objects in the area. it will maybe hit it to like different velocities here. Because what I want to do is I want to have like an inward velocity on this. I think that would be really fun. I actually need your brain later to ask about some freaking behavior tree. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm happy to look through it. Like this is about like as complicated as my trees get at the moment. Like I'm not really doing anything crazy with it, but like I think it is. I think breaking it down to this level, this is kind of how I already do functions, right? Like this would be a function that I call, this would be a function, this would be a function. So like, and that's basically all it is right here. So it's already how I kind of lay things out. So it just kind of makes it so that all of these things are just doing one thing. Like all this random roam is doing is calling the AI move to, and what it does right here is it just automatically finishes after 5 seconds, no matter what. It just automatically finishes the task. So if it doesn't make it, so even if it would have succeeded, if it doesn't succeed within 5 seconds, it just exits. It just says, never mind, I'm not even gonna bother. If a task, so this is literally like if this task takes more than 5 seconds, then it just doesn't even do anything. And I actually kind of want to add like a delay to this one, you know. Might even do that. Although I guess this would already kind of do that. Let me just put the delay in here just in case, because I don't. Now that I'm looking at it, let's just give it at least a 2-second delay. That would be fine. But yeah, I've been making some services to check for NPCs. That works out okay. But having done variables that already exist in Blackboard is, yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing, is that like you shouldn't really have them exist outside. I guess it depends, right? Like the idea is for them to exist only in like the AI effectively, so they shouldn't. So you should be able to minimize where else that exists. There may be some cases where you'll have that variable be in both places, but I think a lot of the time you can just have it only be in the AI, because that's kind of what this is doing. Like this Blackboard based condition right here is looking for the move target, right? And this move target is just right here. So if we go to our Blackboard, like this is our move target, that's just an object. So we just check to see if that's set, and I think the only place that we set that is like in the AI. So if we go into our AI ghost, then we handle on the handle perception, we basically want to check to see for the sense, check to see if it's this, we set the site, but then see we're taking our move target. So that actually I probably want to put into a variable, so it's not just its own name here. I've been trying to make sure I save it as a variable. But yeah, so that's the only place this really exists, and you can get it out of here, right? Like I think you can just get value, right? Get value as object. Yeah, so you can like do the reverse of this, where you can just get the Blackboard value if you need it. So yeah, so it depends. Like it requires a different setup, but you kind of just have to, you either duplicate stuff or you just change the way that you organize that data to make it just only internally consistent with the AI stuff. It's more checking a state and then running that task during the state change. I'll talk about it more later, but it comes out. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I think like what this does is like it's not immediately acting upon this perception. So when it senses an object, a player, an actor, whatever, upon, it'll set this move target, but it doesn't do anything else. It doesn't immediately change its state to then go and chase you, for instance. So it's just completing like this, completing this asynchronously with this. So yes, that would be an interesting thing to check, because what usually happens with this behavior tree, so for instance, like while it's doing this, it could be in the middle So if it's doing this random roam by default, so it doesn't, let's say the move target is not set by default, so it's not chasing me. So what it's doing is randomly roaming around, right? So it's just gonna take this task, this random roam task, it's gonna pick a random area and move to it, and then it's gonna interact. If it succeeds in that, it will interact with the whole space. And it won't, it will do this for as long as it takes, or this, like I said, we have this on 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, we just immediately kill it anyway. So it's so this will, if this move only takes if it takes up to 5 seconds, then we just don't even do it. So then once it sees me, so it could, in the middle of it moving, in the middle of this happening, it could then see me and then change this move target variable to be the character. And if that happens, then the next time that it moves up here, then it looks at this and says, okay, well, now you have a move target, so then do all this stuff, because we just set that while we were over here. But the moment, like, let's say we go into our random sequence, and the moment that this thing turns around to walk to somewhere, it sees me, right? It'll still just go to wherever it decided to go. It doesn't change its mind and then start to chase me. It'll complete that task first, and then the next time that it goes up to this, that's when it will chase me. So yeah, these things are running kind of asynchronously. We would have to get some kind of like cancel on here, so like this would have to, the second that it does this, the second that it finds me, it would have to like cancel this this task or something like that. But yeah, we'll definitely check that stuff out. But anyway, what I wanted to do was get to our little sack pack here. So what we're gonna do is I want to make a scene component for, well, actually, right, we can keep going back and forth on this. What I want to do, since we don't need to do this stuff that we were gonna do, when we set this to be closed, we call this function on the object inventory in async, calls this, which then moves all of these things closer to this location. So what we want to do is we want to make sure, we want all of these things to shrink as they get closer. So we have our current location, and we have basically the destination location right here. So what we can do from that is take the distance. So where is, what? Distance vector, there you go. Okay, I'll do it now. So here's our, oh, this is our destination. It doesn't really matter which order they go in. So we can take our destination. This is our current location. This is the location we're going to. So we're basically saying, what is the distance between us, our current location, and the location that we're being moved to? What I want to do is basically scale this down to 0 as the distance gets closer to 0. And keep in mind, this will actually happen once it gets within, like, I think 10 units, is it? Let me double check that. Yeah, so when this gets within 10 units, it's considered to be like in the bag, so to speak. So it doesn't even get to 0, it gets to 10. So this distance will never hit 0. So what we're going to do is basically like map this. We're going to map it to a range. Map to range clamped. Sounds cool. Thanks. Yeah. So this is going to be like, I mean, we'll see the result of this. We'll probably tweak kind of the behavior of this, but we'll see how it kind of goes here. Right, that's fine. Is it turn-based? No, so this is, it is all kind of like action-oriented, I suppose. It's, there's not really combat. It's more of like a phasmophobia type of ghost investigation thing. So what we're doing right now, and actually I think, did I hook up the scale? Oh, this would be, well, I guess we'll try to map it to something. If we take the outrange is going to be from 0 to let's just say 1.5, and everything will get scaled a little bit funky, but it'll be fine for now. And the in range could be anything from, I guess, 10 to God, like, who knows? I guess like 500. That might be not. That might be too little. But let's see. Let's see what happens with it. And then it's not gonna recover. So we're only gonna get to see this once. So when we put these objects in here, so these are our ghost investigation tools. This is our thermometer. It goes from cold over here in the blue to really hot over here in the red. And we're gonna put that in our bag. And then this is our ghost reveal potion. So if I throw this at one of our contestants here, let's see which one it is. Boom, gotcha. Oh, and there we go. Blowing stuff up. Oh, so it's the child ghost that stays on. This is our EMF. This goes to different values, or goes to the same value if you set the same value on those two things, which one day I'll fix. That's gonna go in our bag. And we got some of these flashlights that's gonna go in our bag. And here you go. Get some more of these. Get some more of these. So this is our inventory right here. So what we're doing is when I zoom these into their bag, what they're gonna do is they're gonna scale down as they get closer. And so we'll see what that looks like. Okay, I mean, it worked. It did work. It did work. The problem is they're all scaled to 0 still. So I think we might even try to make that work. Let's do like 800. How you bring in D&D elements? So you do have mana, like the way that you. So there's kind of like. It's more D&D, almost in like aesthetics themed and things like that, like medieval fantasy kind of stuff like that. And we are bringing in things like you have a mana stat, so all of these things you're actually powering by mana. So if I take this and I throw our flashlight over there, turn our thermometer on, turn our EMF on, then these are all being powered by my mana. So when I run out of mana, these things will all turn off. And let's see. Right now the other potion doesn't really take. So there you go. So I ran out of mana, and then so all this stuff turns off. But then my oh, never mind. It got blown up into into the atmosphere. Never mind. I thought they went out. It was so fast. That was just so fast. Okay. Come on. There we go. Now they went out. So they went out, which means that I hit 0. Right, and then now my mana as it will just naturally refresh now. I don't know exactly what we'll do. We'll probably play around with that a little bit. Maybe there'll be certain things that you can do to change your mana. But what I'm doing is I'm using that mana stat that is powering all of these gadgets. So now I can turn this back on for a little bit, but it'll probably die kind of soon because I didn't really recharge enough. But what I'm gonna do is so this is basically the replacement for sanity. So in the way that you have like sanity levels, in fact, this is the second thing I'm going to get to when I finish this stupid scaling thing that wasn't supposed to take this long, but it's fine. That's kind of just what we do here. So when I get the scaling thing, what we're going to do is do an actual thank you hydrated Buki. Appreciate that. I'm gonna definitely take that swig on my old nothing. And yo, Scavenge by Sunset, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. That's a badass name. I feel like that's a very like visually engaging name. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so what we got here is we want to get these things. What we need to do is actually scale this appropriately and also scale it from its original from its module. Yeah, so yes, drink your water. Thank you for those bits. And yes, definitely drink your water. Cheers to that. I'm gonna do that right now. Wait, It's the name of your Dead by Daylight meets Pac-Man game. What? That's amazing. Okay, I definitely need to see that. Hot cocoa definitely counts as water. Yes, 1,000,000%. Michelob Ultra. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I mean, I don't do beer, so I don't even know. Like, as someone who just doesn't drink any kind of beer, I wouldn't know what counts and what doesn't, to be honest with you. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I got to cheers my smoothie. I want to actually, that's one of like the habit that I want to get into is like making a smoothie before stream, and that'll force me to like, get through it during stream. That'd be great. Yeah. I mean, if it's, I mean, talking about like, is it on Steam, or do you have like what's its current state? If you don't mind, I'm happy to go ahead and just chat about it. I'm curious because it sounds awesome. Okay, so what we need to do is actually save the basically the original state of our the original size of our object. So what we actually might end up doing here, and I was like thinking about if I make, we're gonna break a little bit, but I think that's also fine. We're gonna change this from an array to a map, and it's gonna be, yeah, we're just gonna break it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll break it live. So this is gonna be a vector, and we're gonna save a vector for the original size, the original scale of the object when it goes into the inventory. So that will be interesting. Oh, it's on Steam. Nice, nice. Hell yeah, Trinity's Q3. Hell yeah, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and post the link. We do allow links here. No, nobody's gotten naughty with it yet, so we'll see. But yeah, definitely check it out. That sounds that sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, I'm all about that. Hell yeah. So wait, I forget if you mentioned. So what is this? What is this in? I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, that is super awesome. I mean, that I think you got the pitch right too. Like I was doing like the Phasmo D&D, I feel like you got the right right. Dead by Daylight means Pac-Man. I think that's a good it's a good one-liner as well for sure. So I guess what we want to do is do the keys, get the keys for this. So I have to replace all of these areas where I'm using this like old version of this array now, which means we got to get the keys with an execution pin, which is silly, but we do it. There you go. That's what we need. So we need to just grab all the keys now. Since it's not just an array, it's a map, we need to grab those keys. We'll get the length of that. We can say, hey, do we have any keys in our inventory? Each key is basically an object, I love Phasmophobia. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have no idea. I made this project more to like stream the development of it. It's not even like to make money off it. I have no idea exactly what I'm gonna be even doing with it, but I want to just have it out there for people to play. So yeah, we'll see. I'll probably, I mean, it probably just makes the most sense to just get a Steam page up for it. But I haven't even really thought that far, to be honest with you. I'm just winging it right now. We're just making stuff live on twitch.tv and see how it goes, It's Unreal as well. Nice, nice. Yeah, switching to Godot. I've been curious about it. I mean, I'm big on open source. I'm big on that. We've been talking about that too. Apparently, like, because I don't, I'm a little bit wary of the specific their like scripting language that they have for that, but I'm curious enough. I think it would be fun to get into. But I just in August started learning Unreal and like broke through, so I'm just gonna enjoy this for a little bit before I just go learn another entire system. I wanted to kind of get some stuff under my belt for this one first. So yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing here. And then yeah, I'd be curious to check out Godot as well. Love Unreal Blender Substance Painter open. Yeah, I get it. That's kind of what we're here for. We're totally there for the for just the hanging out with some dev programs open kind of vibe here. What are you building? Oh yeah. What yeah, happy to just chat about projects. Love to hear what people are building. There we go. See, I'm breaking a ton of shit now. We're breaking so much shit. So we're gonna, oh no, we have to do this like every, yeah. So what we need to do is for each one of these now, we're gonna do the same thing. We want to get all the keys. Get all the keys with the execution pin right there. And then we're going to go into each one of those keys, and then we're going to, yeah, here is the array you go through. Now, in this case, we're also going to have to grab the individual object that we're, oh no, wait. Oh, right, we don't need the original, oh, we do need the, interesting. So we're going to, what we need to do is for each of these, we're gonna have to look up the original scaling for this object. It's gonna be very interesting. Only about 4 months. Oh, you've been doing Unreal for 4 months? Hell yeah! Came from web dev. Interesting. Web dev is like something it breaks my fucking brain. I just can't do it. Have you started the multiplayer? So I've done some tests with like controlling 2 characters and making sure that you can both pick stuff up and put it down. I've done some like basic tests with that stuff, but I haven't like gone into like the actual creating a session and doing all that stuff yet. But yeah, my laptop stays closed most of the time. All the dev stuff is on the laptop. I can't really use laptops. I'm such a like desktop baby. I need the full like workstation if I'm gonna get anything done. If I'm on a laptop, it means I'm not doing anything really. I can go to meetings on a laptop, but yeah, I don't like working on it. It doesn't feel right to me. Oh boy, so what we're gonna need to do, I think we need to find, right? Is what we need to do. So in each of these, what we're gonna do is find the object that we have here. Yo, Jemu Sujin, thank you for that follow. I probably fucked up that name real bad, but thank you for the follow despite my inability to say your name properly. Appreciate you. Welcome on in, and thanks for hanging out. Advanced Steam sessions plugin is pretty. Oh yeah. I'm excited to get into like actually building some Steam sessions and being able to test out multiplayer. That's gonna be wild, honestly. This game has been mostly just a like kind of building it live on stream and doing all that stuff, but yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together pretty nicely. I'm definitely pretty happy with the progress overall. I've been spending a lot of time just doing cleanup and making sure it's always good. Oh my god, fool! You are a madman. You rated me when I just broke a bunch of shit. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, everybody. Holy shit, the fool! You goddamn legend. Let me just very slowly, incompetently. Yo, 2 months. Oh my god, dude, thank you. The first sub of the channel, the only one I think that can claim this 2 months at this point. Thank you so much for that. That is crazy. Appreciate you, dude. Obviously, I mean, a big huge part into how I got into like why I got into streaming and the inspiration for this stream, for the connection to like really being very chat focused on stream. Super inspiration, obviously, of the channel. Thank you so much. I don't shout as much though, so it's gonna be a little bit of a different vibe. But yeah, appreciate that, and also thank you for that hydrate. I'm gonna hit that now. Definitely swig them if you got them. Thank you, Scavenger by Sunset, for that. Cheers. Oh, it's the 4th of July. That's amazing. The 4th. Oh my god, that's cool. Yeah, we're gonna be celebrating. I mean, you know, it's totally the great time to feel patriotic. You know, if you're if you're in the U.S., totally the best time to feel like you're really happy with what's going on in the world. Yo, man, fool. Yeah, totally appreciate you. Wait, where did I miss the how dude, fucking magnets, how do they work? I mean, there's something about the you know, ferroreactive material that just aligns based on poles, and you know, the world is all a big magnet, and there's lots of stuff going on with it, man. I mean, who's to really say? Canada, honestly, yeah. I think Canada needs to adopt us. So what we need to do here, so we're looking up our original object here. This is the scale for that object. So that's the actual, you know, I guess we need to get the length of this is what we're getting. So, you know what, we're not even properly using this. We're just using the length of it. So this is the size that we want to get back out to when we scale it back out. And it's the scale that we're going to use to base the distance scaling on. So, oh god, I totally broke stuff when I was in the middle of this. So I don't know how much I can. We'll see if it breaks. I think we just won't use this stuff. So I just won't use this sack right here. But Violet Love 2023, thank you for that follow. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for all the people raiding in from the full. Sorry if I missed chat. I probably did because, man, I'm not a real streamer at all. Barely hanging on to all that stuff. So thank you for putting up with that. And so what we're making here is appropriate probably to some people from Fool's community. So we are making a effectively like Phasmo meets D&D type of thing. So right here is our EMF reader. This is a book that has glowing mushrooms on it. And then if we go in here, yo, Stone Solid 420, thank you for the follow. Hell yeah, man. Also cheers to that as well. Vape 'em if you got them. Pixie, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely unpracticed here. Leading Lady, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we're hanging out with, this is our EMF reader. We got like, well, I keep bringing this up every time. Totally, I gotta change these values in here so that we at least get different values. This is our EMF reader, so you can get different readings on that. What we also have is our potion here, which takes the temperature. So we got our cold zone over here. We actually do have different temperatures. We have our hot zone over here. So yeah, we're kind of recreating some classic paranormal investigation tools in kind of a fantasy type of way. So thanks. Full dude. This honestly, yeah, thank you. It's actually so funny because yeah, I mean, when I started streaming, I was definitely getting comments about, I mean, that's why I added like the Bob Ross of game development to my channels, because I got a lot of comments about how my voice was calming and like people were falling asleep, and I was like, that's awesome. Honestly, I love that. I think that's super cool, and I'm totally in favor of that. So Blueprint. So and it's so funny because I like get those comments at work now too. It's very weird. Like I'm getting more and more comments on my voice and the quality of the mic and everything like that. So because it's almost ASMR. Like, Scrappy Phasma meets D&D. Does that mean they're different classes, or does it mean fantasy has? So a little bit of both. So it is definitely Phasmo in like aesthetic and that kind of thing. That's like mostly where it comes from. But we are also adding in, I don't know if we'll go, well, you know what, we probably will go to classes of some description. Like there will be different, actually we were just talking about like characters and stuff like that. It's one thing I hadn't mentioned. I do want to have like different kind of like different abilities for people. So for instance, you have mana, which all of these things are powered by. So if I turn all of these on, and we have our mana draining for a character here, once we can make it happen faster if we just grab more objects. So I'll just turn on all the lights I can, and then when my mana drains and we don't have ghosts that are fucking with us, messing up our test here. But yeah, once these goes out, all of them will turn off. And yo the Treadstone, welcome on in. You're never late to a raid. You arrived perfectly on time. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, this is appreciate all the full raiders. So we're basically doing a bunch of these ghost tools and making the and obviously you heard the you probably hear the ghost walking around in there. So what we're doing right now is adding a little feature to our inventory that is breaking everything. And so we're gonna fix all this stuff here. Yo, Talinsty? Am I saying that one right? Maybe I eventually got to it, but thank you for the follow. Thank you for hanging out. Yo, Martin, late as well. No worries. Nobody is late. Appreciate anybody hanging out here. Yeah, we're just we're fixing a couple of errors right here is what we're doing. Can't wait to see where it ends up. Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. And yeah, appreciate people checking stuff out. I'm mostly kind of the idea for this game was to kind of do it live on stream and share the development of it, kind of show people how to like build games like this, and it's really not to even like sell the game. I don't know in what capacity. We'll be probably just getting it up on Steam just to be able to have people testing it and stuff like that. But we're not gonna get the G's of this anytime soon though, so we might as well just move on here. So yeah, so I think we'll, I want to make sure that like people can check it out and actually see kind of behind the scenes of this. That's why Jeremy the Pickle. That's a good look at that volunteers. Yeah, well, so yeah, we'll see as soon as I basically get all that stuff together. We'll definitely be getting people to test in, especially I think once I actually get some sort of once I get like actual lobby going for multiplayer and we have the Steam hookup, then I'll be starting to get some like alpha testers, I guess, in there too. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, run off, dude. I know. I can't imagine running that stream for like 6 hours. It has to be absolutely insane. And yes, absolutely a voice actor for the game. That would be so awesome. We definitely want we definitely want a Pixie Scream in for one of the ghosts or whatever like our equivalent of the Banshee is, something like that. I think that would be really fun. So this is our keys. We're going to take that, contains that, which I guess, this is interesting. So we're checking to see if this contains our new object, even though, I guess what we can do is we could find, so let's see what find says. Finds value associated with the library. So let's see. Finds the value associated with the key, default constructed if key was not found. Interesting. So default constructed that would mean this would return 0 if the object wasn't found. So we don't even have to get all the keys here because we're not actually iterating through them. We're just looking for a particular one. So we can do this. So what we can do is actually, is there a contains for? Yeah, wait, map also has a contains. So we can do this the same way and take our same object or new object. Let's see. Yeah, the Banshee. I think it'd be so funny to have like and actually that would be one thing we'll have to look into, is like what, I don't have a replacement right now for the parabolic mic, which is interesting because obviously as like an audio person, that would be one of the things I would do sooner than later. But I don't really know how I want to do a fantasy version of it because it's kind of like a different thing, like let me get rid of this. Like having it having it as a parabolic mic is a very clear indicator, and so it makes it kind of crazy to figure out a fantasy version of it without it being techie. You know what I mean? Yo, Stone Solid 420, appreciate you. Cheers. Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out. An ear horn. That would be interesting, right? Well, I guess, yeah, it would be like, I guess you would hold it, kind of hold it out. Maybe you would hold it more up to the side of your view. Well, actually, what I would like to do is something kind of similar to the to actually the second item on the list. I really did not expect this to take as long as it's been going, but that's kind of how things work around here. So this is our new condition. We're just checking to see if this contains here, and if it does, if it doesn't, I suppose. So what we want to do here is this is when we're adding the object to our inventory. So instead of just adding the object itself, we need to also include this new variable here, the reason that everything is broken, which is the new vector for the scale that is associated with this object, which is whatever scale it was when it was added, which will be right this moment. So what we can do is when we add it, actually, was that on false or true? That was on false. Great. Well, I guess we can, in this case, it doesn't even matter, because this won't let you add the same object twice. So we won't even get that problem, but we can at least do something about it here. So new object. So what we're gonna do is get the I think it's just an actor reference, right? So we should just be getting actor scale 3D. There's our vector, and there is that one. So we want the object, which is going to be this one. So now we have a whole thing here. We have all of the information. We have our scaling information for every object when we add it to the array, or the map in this case. We're getting closer to unbreaking stuff. Oh, we know this one. We already have a contains. So let's use that. Put in our new object. No, get over there and go in the new object. There you go. And then there's our condition. Then this can go. And we're getting so close. All right, so we want to. Oh, this is where we remove. Interesting. Do we have a remove in the same way here? We do. Map remove. There you go. And we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna remove the new. Oh, hunter object. Okay. Go there. So we're gonna remove this instead of this. That was on the true, right? Okay. I should be like replacing them before I remove the original, but I like leaving the hole there. We're slowly unbreaking stuff. We are slowly changing. It's a little, or it would be very funny to get that AI. I would definitely be down to just do those insane AI voices. It would be great. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, so we're gonna remove this one, and what does this even do? Oh, if it was removed, interesting. So this will call, even if it's not there, it will still be fine, and it will just move on. But yeah, I've had that Jingle Bells thing stuck in my head. It's been crazy. Yo, thank you, Jay, for the hydrate. Cheers. Swig 'em if you got 'em. Man, I'm very glad that I made that smoothie. Definitely improving. We're getting there. How many? I feel like we still have a lot of. Why do we still have this many? Okay, oh, here we go. We're gonna need to do the keys again, right? This is it. This is an easy fix. So all we gotta do is get the keys, right? That is the array that we go through. and it's of the same type and everything, so we're fine. We plug this in here and put this in here, and then we're good. And we're good. Oh, actually, is this open inventory? This is a closed inventory. Okay, never mind. Never mind then. Okay, we gotta be so close. And by so close, I mean maybe eventually we will get there. Okay, so, oh, here we go. Open inventory. This will be where we can solve another future issue that we're going to run into in just a moment. It'll be great. Oh, I actually missed this. It would be cool. You're in a group with, let's say, an elf. They have improved hearing, hear the spirits, but you're a human playing solo. Have an item. That would promote different types of characters with group? Interesting. Yeah, I love that. Actually, that's, you know what? Let me make sure I write that down, because I have a list of character things here. So like different, like, we'll have to make some kind of different like classes or races kind of thing. Have different hearing levels. That's really cool, because that can also be like a real thing. Like I can actually I can actually kind of effectively like give you super hearing, because we can effectively like remix things based on what you like what your stats are and that kind of thing. That would be really interesting. In terms of have ghost vision. Ooh, actually, one of the things that we have in here is basically the ability to like reveal a ghost from a point, like basically do the it's kind of like a blacklight type of thing, where you can like reveal stuff only through this particular type of light. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like dots. Yeah. So that would be a really fun one to do. And in fact, like one of the things I'm thinking about for instance, for a light, like right now you have this skull that like to kind of give you an idea of what direction I'm kind of going in with a lot of this stuff, and with going into more of a fantasy magical kind of D&D type of thing, is, for instance, right now you have a flashlight that you hold. You have, because it's a skull that you hold and you can turn on. What I want to do for a future version of the flashlight is have it actually be a totally separate object that floats around, and it will stay in front of you so that you can see where you're going. So wherever you turn, it's not going to just be behind you or something like that. But having an actual like floating point light in the world, that you can actually just move around and be able to have and not be holding. That's like the direction I'm going with that. Yo, Mascato, welcome on in. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, so it's exactly the same portable rave. That's really the whole point of this, is to really just kind of like golf and tans to just try things. I think that's the better way to like make games. I think let's see, if you're showing still I see is your blueprint. Yeah, that is, I mean, that's all I'm doing right now, is I'm going in the middle of this D&D Bring Goes Wild level 1 floating version. Yeah, exactly. So like the different versions of these will be like the different like level 2 will be like the floating one, or 3, whatever, will be the floating version of that. So yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool. So we'll do different versions of all of the different gear and things like that. And oh yeah, so here is where we're kind of taking all of these objects, and we are parenting them to the box that we use, and then we're also turning them on and doing all this stuff. So what we also need to do here is put them back on their original scale, because we are not doing that right now. So what we gotta do is set actor scale, right? Actor scale 3D. And the cool part is, just from this object reference that we have right here, we can look up our map, and we can find this one. And the funny little side effect this will have is this will, anything if it doesn't exist in the inventory, but for some reason it exists here when we're going through it, it will just scale it to 0. So stuff can disappear if we really break it. One thing to mention is also if you're testing stuff to make sure those test functions are able to be replaced easily. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, yeah, there's having as few points of contact as you can is definitely a really good way to go. Like only have certain things accessing certain other things. Yo, M Apple 11, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, basically having only certain points of location, so like points of contact here. So this, I mean, what I try to do is keep everything at least within the same blueprint, so I don't have like this object modifying stuff from another blueprint. Actually, funnily enough, here's a great example. In this for each loop, I'm taking specifically the base mesh out of this thing that I know to be a hunter object. What I should really be doing, what I'll probably end up doing here, is like calling a function directly on the hunter object. We should have a function in there that is like for adding a force to it or doing something like this, right? That will do this for us, because we also want to do this simulating physics, right? Actually, hold on. I did add a function for this, and I think it checks, yeah, it checks if it's simulating physics. What the fuck? Okay, well, so get out of here. Just call this, you fucking idiot. Cool, there you go. See? Like this. See? This is how I would do it if I knew what the fuck I was doing. That's how I would be doing it. So great. So we solved the problem here. So anyway, we didn't solve the problem up here. So we actually need to get our keys again. We rated someone that was using very advanced stuff to generate stuff procedurally. Oh yeah. There's some really cool stuff going on. It's funny. Like I definitely err more toward the doing kind of this like practical setup stuff, and we're not doing anything. We're not going like crazy with like AI or procedural generation or any of that stuff. But there's definitely some really cool things you can do with it. It's definitely an area I would dig into. It's just down the list a bit. You know, we only have 2 left. Oh my god, we're so fucking close. We're looping through this goddamn thing so many times that makes me think that we should be like, again, going back to like the fewer points of contact. I mean, this is like the array of objects in the inventory, so it makes sense that a lot of things would contact this, you know. Gotta roll. Yo, Ibuki, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, always appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Have a good night. But yeah, so actually, let me see. This is the biggest thing. What if when you hit a certain level, you find the upgrade item on the map, so require to pick it up like a fast one? Oh yeah. So I do want to. That's actually another thing we're gonna be doing is let me get my keys again here and do the same thing, same basic replacement here. But yeah, I am planning on having like kind of collectible items in the areas that you go into during the hunts. Like I want you to be able to collect things, because one of the things that you're going to do is actually create like that mushroom book, for instance. I want you to be able to create that from mushrooms that you find in the world. So if we take the Phasmophobia analog, like we tend to do, right, where you would be normally buying these different gadgets, I want you to be instead making them from the things that you collect while you're out on the hunt. So it's kind of like it's a little bit of a way like Santori CDS. Thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, so it's like similar to like something I would compare it to is like Monster Hunter, where while you're out on the hunt, you know, you're like collecting these other things as you're going, you're doing these other things. So I want you to have like in addition to just like the specific goals for that hunt, I want to have longer term things. Like so you can pick mushrooms while you're at a hunt, and then like the next time you need to make one of the EMF readers, you can take your mushrooms and mix them with the book and then make a new EMF reader. So I don't know what all of the materials that I'm gonna require for those are yet, but we're gonna be doing something similar to that. So yes, we will see. What is up, Happy Rosenrot? That is That's a cool name. We got so many. It's so funny. It's one of my favorite things about just having people come in here, just seeing really interesting names. I always enjoy that. So we're gonna take our, once again, doing our simple replace there with our keys. Here we go. So now we did it all. We went through probably every function in here to clean this up, but now our inventory should no longer be broken. So what we can do in theory is now put all these objects in here. They will shrink down as they get closer to the middle, and then when we open the bag back up, everything will be back to its original scale. That's what should happen when we do this. So let's see. Moment of truth. You know what? Just for this, I do want to, let's just add another. Oh, you know what? We already do have a light here. I just want to turn it up a little bit. Like, how crazy is that? Let's just get a little bit of light going. Okay. So anyway, Pixie, I'm glad. And honestly, like, any suggestions that you have for stuff, like, I'm very happy to take any suggestions. Basically anything that I can find art for on like the Unreal Marketplace, I'm happy to implement in the game if you want to do it. Like, I think it's gonna be really fun. I'm totally open to whatever we want to do with this. I'm kind of just winging it, to be honest. But yes, I am using Blueprint only. So this is all in Blueprints. Honestly, when I started using Unreal, I really thought I was going to be using like a lot of C++ to make my own nodes and stuff like that. But honestly, I just haven't really felt the need. As I've learned more Blueprints, I'm able to organize things that I want in like a really nice way, and it just doesn't. I don't really need to get into even the point of using C++ to like make my own nodes or do any of that stuff. Like, it's been actually shockingly great just using Blueprints. So I've been mostly just doing that. Let's grab all this stuff. So here is our inventory. So here's the moment of truth. Well, I guess this part has worked before, so we at least have some way to some benchmark there. But now they should all scale down and get sucked into the bag, and we should be able to open it back up. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Here we go. Moment of truth for the bag. Okay, I feel like they scaled way down. I feel like they scaled insanely down very quickly, and that was silly. But now, okay, ooh, wow, we got him back. We got him back. Amazing. Yeah, so let's see. Are you gonna have something like the smudge? Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, so I think I will probably have something like the smudge. I don't know if I will have something like the lighter, to be honest. So the smudge might be a thing that you can activate without a lighter. I don't know if I don't have anything right now that is like requiring another item. Everything is pretty self-contained because, again, this is more using the mana system. So I caught it in the middle of rave mode, so now we got a green light. This is actually something I do want to do is I want to make it so that you can make also different color lights if you want, you know, like I don't know exactly how I want to let you do that, but we'll see. Because I think it would be really fun to be able to like customize your light to just make whatever color you want. It would be fun. Oh yeah, so you can move the bag around. So I said I didn't even show that part of it. So when we zoom it all in, I feel like we need to change how it's scaling so we can pick this bag up and we can move this around and we can bring it over here. Let's skip that. Oh, we don't need that. I don't need that right now. Let's go huddle over by this light right here, and we'll open up our bag. Now we got our items bursting out there. So yeah, so now we got all of our items over here, and we can, so this right here is the, I don't remember who saw what, but that's the ghost reveal potion. So actually, if we grab that, can I find it? Where'd it go? Shit. Come on. Got it. Okay. So if we bring this over to our ghost, Yeah, I do want to change how it scales. That might be a thing I'll tweak, but we at least have all the functionality going for it being able to do that. But yeah, I will have something like a smudge, something that will like prevent a ghost from hunting, that kind of thing. I was thinking it would probably be something almost more like a crystal. Like again, things are gonna be. God damn! It fucking blew it up right when I put it down. You son of a bitch! Where did? God damn! That went up so far. Where did those two skulls fly out from? I mean, if it wasn't the bag, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, they probably, I mean, they probably, like, got hit by a ghost. This ghost has been really doing a number on all these objects. But yeah, I want you to have, like, different, a cleansing rod, like a wand. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, that's the thing. I wanna take, like, those concepts, so, like, the smudge, for instance, all that kind of stuff, and I just want to like do some kind of more, you know, fantasy themed version of it. I want to do a magical version of all of these different hunting tools. So, and actually, speaking of which, so I think this is good enough for now. Maybe we'll, I don't know. I guess I do want to like try to see if we can get it a little bit. I feel like they shrink a lot, right? It feels kind of like they shrink like way too fast, and I think it might be the distance for them. So when we actually scale them in here, here we go. So we're remapping, what is it? Let's see. Oh wait, no, that's not it. That's not the one. We want the async. Here we go. So we're remapping. Okay, 800. So I don't know. Do we do like? You know what? Maybe we go down. Let's try 200. Let's have only that last like 200 be, because that will they should stay big until they get closer, right? They should be at like their maximum value until they get like actually closer to the middle there. Come on, hey, do it. There we go. Okay, that actually looks. I feel like that. God damn, I feel like that looks better. I feel like that looks a little bit better. Because they stay big for a little bit longer, but then they like zoom down. I think that's fine. I think that's fine for now. Okay, so what I want to do is get on to the other thing that I was trying to do, because we have, since I've been talking about all this stuff where like we have mana and all of these things are running off of your mana. What we need is a way for you to be able to tell how much mana you have, because in the same way, for instance, I'm using it as the substitute for sanity, for instance. So as your mana lowers, it will make the ghost more likely to hunt you. So if I turn a bunch of shit on and I like drop it here and I drain all my mana, that would be like draining your sanity and phasmophobia. God damn, these fucking things. That would be like draining your sanity and phasmophobia, so that you would basically get hunted more, you know, by the ghost. And the idea is partly like you'll start at full mana. So I need something to let you see how much mana you have, and the way that we're going to do that. But of course, because I want to, there you go, I ran out of mana, but you can't see that. So I want a little indicator for how much mana you have. So I could do that as like a bar or something like that, but I don't want to do that because that's Bush League. We don't do that kind of shit here. We do fancy shit here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take, we're gonna have an orb that we're gonna hold in our left hand, and that is going to be the mana indicator. Basically, it's going to be like the mana bar, but it's going to be a sphere. It's going to look way cooler than just a bar on the screen. That's kind of the idea here. Maybe the crystal at the top turns black after use. Oh, is it interesting? You know what? You know what's funny? Yeah, I actually have this. Just as a really quick, we'll see. I'll see how long this takes. Just as a really quick aside, I actually have this concept already in another project. This is like my this is like my kind of longer term project. That like I can have, that's more like story based. It has like a lot of these other things going on with it. It's totally separate from the Phasma thing, but we're gonna listen in the background, and I'll just show you really quick the thing that I have going on with that, because I have that concept where the crystal can basically get sucked, the energy can get sucked out of it, and it turns black. It's actually really cool. So I'll show you just a version of that working. The one that shows the ghost room could be a crystal ball. Yes, exactly. I was thinking of like a crystal ball. I was thinking of a crystal ball for even a camera, because I want to do something similar to the camera, but obviously like fantasy theme. So I don't want it to be a device. So I was thinking maybe like some kind of like crystal ball type of thing with that. Those things might and again, like we're going more fantasy, like absolute fantasy, not just like medieval kind of thing, but like actual like magic fantasy. So these things don't even have to be like objects necessarily. It might even be more of just like a magic spell, but I don't know, it'll have like some physical presence. Maybe we even have like scrolls for spells or something like that, so they'll have like individual uses and things like that. I think that will probably be something that we end up doing. But anyway, let's real quick, just because it'll be nice and quick. This is a different project they have, but a mana crystal maybe. Show it cracking, getting darker. Yes, so exactly. So funny you say that. So that's what we have going on right here. So this is totally different thing, but it has, funnily enough, has the crystal in it. This is where I got a different asset off the marketplace, and we can see it. Whoop. We're definitely compiling some shaders right here. We have not loaded this in some time now. Yep, there you go. There you go. Work it out. Work it out, Unreal. So this right here is the crystal I have for this one. So this is our glowing crystal, and what I can do with this is I can zap this. And as I do that, you can see this will start to drain, and then it turns black. So now we have the totally like drained version of it. It kind of has like a charcoal type of thing to it. So yeah, so that's kind of the idea for that's the idea for the crystal that I had. So yeah, it's funny. Like this is why I really like just playing around with these different assets. I kind of just like, that's how I've learned so much of what I've done in Unreal. I've just learned from kind of pulling apart these different assets. So yeah, so that's what I'm thinking for that crystal. So we'll probably import that when we start doing the crystal stuff. But yeah, so actually it's funny. This character will not be even having this ability. All this shit's gonna change. But anyway, this is a totally different thing. So let's go back to our asset dump, because we're gonna get our little mana indicator. It's gonna be pretty cool. I'm actually very excited about this. I was really excited to do this. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna really quick do the scaling thing, and then I'll move on to the mana indicator. And like 2 hours later, I'm like, okay, I'm finally ready to do the mana indicator. I took 2 hours of like scaling objects. I mean, I guess we looked at other stuff, but yeah, that's just how things go here. So I think is this just in a shader? Yeah, it's weird. They just put this in a folder called shaders. I think that's so funny. And the one that we wanted to use here, ooh, actually, was it Ripple? So this one I really like, or actually, was it even Bubble? Like, I'll show you. Let's just get a sphere in here so we can see what it's going to look like. This is our preview right here. So I'm going to take a sphere, and your gear is outside. Actually, there will be stuff outside turning cog, so you just wait and see. Yeah, it'll be pretty great. There is one environment at least that is like an outdoor environment. It's like a church that has a graveyard in the back of it, and I think that's such a nice one, and I really want to make that one of the hunt locations. So we probably will be doing that. Is it experimental? Like, why do I feel like Why do I feel like I'm not even seeing the same one? Let's just put it here. So we take this, right? And then we should be able to like see it. Yeah. So here's our mana, or like so this is our bubble. So we have different like versions of this fill sphere that we have here. So for instance, this one is mystic. So we can actually change this fill value here. And let's see, where is it? So yeah, you can see as we turn this down, this goes down. So this will be like your mana indicator. So when it's full, it's all the way up here, and then it kind of drains. So this will be like hovering above your hand. So let's see what we want to do. I think yeah, Ripple was I think this one is the best one right now for mana, because I like how you can see it complete at the top there too. It has a really nice border at the edge of it, so you can kind of see right down to the last little bit of mana. So you'll see it kind of extinguish there. So we're going to use this as the material for for our mana indicator, which means we're going to go ahead and migrate that. We don't need to save this. That's fine. Shaders FRS is where this is going. Content, that's correct. Centaurio. Yeah, I think this one, actually, so this came from an asset that I got recently that was, let me see if we can actually find it. I like shouting these out because I think, like, I love what people are doing on the store. And let me see, I think it's like called Resource. Yeah, Fantastical Resource Shader. So there's all these different effects that you can have. And yeah, I really like this one too. This one I might actually use as the ice on the potion. And so yeah, this is like our mystic one. There's a fire one. So there's all these different effects that you have with this one. It's really cool. So yeah, there are different. So we can even play with all of these as different options. Maybe even have different resources and things like that. So so yeah, now that actually I was just close that, even though we're gonna need it in just a moment, because we are now done with this and we're gonna go back to our project. Maddie, what's up? To 4 out of you. Yes, indeed. You can tell this is Fool's work. That crazy guy, a fucking legend. Yes, definitely shared some love. We've had a couple of raids. It's been awesome. It's so cool to see all the love getting shared here. I definitely appreciate this community a ton. It's pretty amazing. So yeah, everybody's hanging out. We're checking out the latest and greatest from fantasy ghost hunting, D&D meets Phasmophobia, kind of stuff. So now we have our shader, right? We have now our there you go, shaders FRS, and I want to make sure that we put this. I want to package this into a little bit of its own little folder here, because it's a little bit messy. So I'm gonna put it inside. We want it characters. I might make it an interactable technically, even though it's not like a hunter object. I'm gonna make it like a let's see. We'll just pop this in here in the interactables. Actually, wait, I think I have one for materials in the tools. Yeah. Yeah, let's pop it in the materials here. Move all that. Great, we can get rid of our shaders folder here. So here's everything for the resources that we need. So really this material is the main thing that we need. Let's see. Yeah, we got a bunch of legends in here. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty wild, honestly. It feels wrong. It feels very, very backwards. So so actually, let's just create the thing that we need here. We just need a sphere. and we need to attach to the hand. So here's our ghost hunter. Here are the hands for that ghost hunter. So this one is going to be, right now we're only using the right side. We want to use the left side now for this. We finally have a use for our left hand, which is hilarious as a left-handed person. It's funny. The default of everything is right-handed, and but not me. So we're using a left hand as a special case. It's not wrong. It's all right. I appreciate that. It is really cool. It's fun seeing everybody hanging out. It's nice to see the people interested in just how this crazy shit happens. Because this is I realize it's not how everyone spends their time. Mostly people are playing these things, but I guess somebody's gotta make them. So let's get our sphere on our left hand. So let's just add just basically add the sphere. This is going to be the mana indicator. And we should be able to attach this to a socket. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, actually, do I even have a left-handed? So I guess we can just put it directly on the left hand. So we'll attach it directly to the bone and then just offset it. I think that's fine. That's kind of what we're going to do anyway. Yeah, nice. Yeah, this is another asset off the marketplace. I would love to shout this one out too, because I love these hands, and they animate really well, and it looks really cool with the kind of like magic user animations that I have on it, which is another asset. This is a Frankenstein of like so many different assets I'm kind of piecing together, but I think the combination of them is really, really interesting. So let's see, what we need. The hand. Where's this hand? Hand left. Here's hand R. Hand L. There we go. Oh God, it's huge. So let's turn this down. Quarter? Quarter's still too big. I was looking for people working in Unreal Engine because I recently started learning it and learning what goes into being game dev. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been making games for a pretty long time now in different capacities. I've worked for like bigger companies, making bigger games and kind of co-owned an indie studio and been on like, 3-person teams making games and stuff like that. So, been doing that stuff for a while. And it is like, I think especially with Unreal, the reason that I even started streaming it is because I think like there's a lot of content out there for like how to do individual, like really small features of things, but then there's really nothing about how to actually structure a game and what you would do for like these longer term projects and kind of going through overall framework of the game. And that's why I started streaming, because I want to share that kind of stuff. And I think there's just not enough of it, And so like even with Unreal, like my go-to, if I start a brand new engine, for instance, I'm like, get me in, and I want to move a box with WASD. That's the first thing I want to do. And the first thing I noticed was that nobody could like give me a straightforward answer on how to do that. Because everyone was like, oh, well, you open the third person template and then you have a character that runs around and jumps and can do all this stuff. But you didn't like set any of it up, and so you don't know how it works yet. And so there's a lot of just like weird, the position that a lot of people start from is from these templates, and then they don't have like the framework of really what they're dealing with, and then you don't like learn really the basics of the engine. And so that's kind of what I did. So I started this project from scratch. It's not using the first person template. This was a character that I just created. It's not inherited from like the BP third person character or something like that. Or first person character rather. So this is really just like all of these events for the input are just like, this is the input move, and it just passes along this, and this is just like a super simple but custom move for the character going around, and being able to just like pass that information to the movement component. So like really basic stuff like that. was never really covered in so many of the like the first learning things that I did. So and again, overall structure doesn't really get talked about a lot. So that's why I started streaming this stuff. So yeah, happy to like chat through anything, and if there's like anything that I can explain or help with, I'm happy to go on any tangents. This is really all about just sharing this stuff. So yeah, happy to just chat through whatever. And back, I was wondering if there are any plans for spells that would use mana at a quick rate, but in return would be useful. These spells would have requirements, or might use something that. So yes, absolutely. So the ones I've been showing, like for instance, like this, I just have a sphere attached to my left hand. Excuse that. So this will slowly drain mana as you have it on. But for instance, this right here, this is our Ghost Reveal potion. So this would be like a one-off use. With the second that you throw it and you activate the Ghost's Blink, that will be like a one-off mana, but it'll be a lot. Like, so it'll be like, it's like 10 or 20 mana like right away, but it's like a bigger like reward for it, risk versus reward kind of thing. So yeah, I think there will be variations on it. Everything has their own mana rate that they drain at once they're on, but some of them will also just have like a one-off kind of cost like that. Twitch is like both working on 50 and one person team at the same time. It kind of, yeah, I mean that's also again like kind of part of the point of this. This was not so that I can kind of just like make stuff and just have people in the background watching. This is really meant to be, digging into stuff and just sidetracking whatever. I like Tempo just for the fact that it gives you something to rip apart and figure out. Yeah, I think it does do that. But I think then like, and I can understand why it's a useful starting point to teach some other basic thing, because then you can just have a really quick way to get started on that stuff. It is useful for that. But when that's all that gets taught, and then you don't even go into like, here's how to just create your own first person blueprint, that's where like you just there's a gap missing in there's like a big gap in just the Unreal education for a lot of that basic stuff that kind of is the underpinnings of like everything that you do and how you structure stuff. Again, so that stuff I think is still like pretty missing from like the kind of online education. I'm not scared to break something. Yeah, well, yeah, totally. And you totally have to break stuff, and that's fine. That's part of it. But then you have to have that curiosity, and I think that's the thing, is that a lot of people will just say, well, this is what I learned from YouTube, and therefore that's why I do it that way. And depending on who you learned it from and what you learned, that there could be some very, very different implications for that. So again, that's why I wanted to have more of a like an overall kind of structure type of thing with this. Maybe the same way you collect mushrooms. Felix, thank you for that. Hydrate. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. Thank you for that. Cheers, everybody. Definitely swig them if you got them. Oh yeah, and yeah, Pixie. So so collecting like a crystal for mana, totally. Like I might not even do a natural regeneration. I'm not 100% sure right now. Maybe it'll be really, really small, just so you have something. But it might not be to the point it is now, because maybe you will have to collect stuff to like restore your mana, things like that. It'd be the equivalent of like taking the pills and stuff. Yeah, I think there will be probably items for that. Centurio. Yeah, of course. I'm in the same boat. Oh, work for Gearbox. Oh, damn, that's cool. In the restaurant, and went to Borderlands 3 release. Sparked the interest in game dev, but the coding aspect always seemed like a mountain I couldn't conquer. Yeah, honestly, I hear that a lot too. That's again part of the reason that I started streaming this stuff. Because like a lot of the people, in the communities that I'm in, like don't do game dev, and I think it seems like this kind of like crazy, like black magic, where people just don't understand where this all comes from. But it is like, like when you can start to translate little shit like this a little bit, and you see kind of what's happening here with the math and with the flow of data. This actually is like a really good way to visualize it, and you see the code happening, And I think Unreal's perfect for streaming because of that, because you can really see. So I think it bridges that gap a lot, where like people will think that it's really, you know, insurmountable that you would understand all this crazy shit, but it's really not. Like, kind of once you start just breaking it down into individual problems, which is again why I talk through every single thing that I do as I'm doing it, because that's how it works. You kind of like take this big problem and you just break it down into individual little chunks. You say, okay, well, to do this next thing, here's what I need, and then you build a function that does that thing step by step, and you just keep doing that. That's really all building a game is, you know. But yeah, Learn Blueprints finally felt like you could take it on. That's awesome. Yo, B Rye or B Ree, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. I'm still catching up on that. Mana, you have the punch ghost to recover mana. Yeah, honestly, like I think some ghosts may even have an ability where they restore your mana. I will definitely play around with it. There will be different things with mana. I think it's like stamina, so it recovers if not being drained. Yeah, so right now it technically recovers all the time, even as you're draining it, but the drain is always bigger than the recovery. So even if you just have one thing on, you'll still get to the point where you drain all your mana. Sim coding music, trying to learn blueprints. Oh yeah, I honestly, like, I'm a total convert. I came from C# and doing everything in typed code. And I actually really appreciate like the way that Unreal implemented all of this stuff, and it really integrated the visual scripting into the engine to the point where it does feel natural, and you can just assemble things pretty intuitively, and it works really well. Like it's pretty cool. It's very well done. But yeah, so you know, Shift WASD assigns all selected nodes to the top right, to top left, right, bottom. Wait, Shift WASD assigns all nodes. I'm not sure I know what you mean by assigns all nodes top. So you select a bunch of nodes like this. Oh shit, I see. That's crazy. That's pretty wild. Wow, yeah, thank you. That's crazy. Holy shit. I was curious to just like play with that and see what was going on. That's pretty awesome. Interesting. God, what did I do here? Let's take this. So I think, yeah, we want up. That'll be fine. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, I'll definitely play around with that. Let's see. So having a race that can find mana better. Interesting. Yeah, like maybe some people will start off with more mana. Maybe you'll actually have like a greater pool of mana to draw from, that kind of thing. Yeah, totally. Like again, like these are all things that we'll play around with. That's kind of why I'm adding these variables in, and then as we figure out like characters and stuff like that, we can totally like maybe the rate that you regenerate your mana goes up and that kind of thing. So yeah, should be interesting. The rubber duck thing I learned about. That's good to talk through. Problem. Yeah, totally. It really does. It really does help. I mean, I kind of, so that's part of the reason I started streaming as well, is because I think it's good to do that. And I would just do it like left to my own devices. I would just like, you know, ramble my way through all this shit anyway. So it helps to just might as well just have a live stream of it going. This is like a long line. Shift W align them to the top. Oh, okay. Interesting. One class can regen slow. Yeah, mana slower than those. Yeah, totally. Alchemy system, the way that you make one-off items is where you're allowed to recover mana potions with your craft. Oh yeah, so I am making the alchemy system, and here I think we're in the other thing. I'll show you real quick, since we're going on about this. So we go back to our alchemist workshop. That's why it's even called the alchemist workshop. So it's meant to be used for alchemy. So let's actually get our. I haven't used this in this scene yet. Let's get our sack pack here. So here's our sack pack. We can put our items in it. I've never used it inside of the. It's weird it being in here actually. I've I've never had the sack inside of the workshop. And then we can zip it up, right? And then, whoop, blow it up. And there we go. So the reason that I made this this a component. Oh, Maddie, and then catch some Z's. Yo, Maddie, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Definitely get that sleep. I should probably be doing that more than I do. But you know. So what we're doing here. So we got this this is like our inventory. We can like zip all this stuff up. We can, you know, bring it back out. And what we want to do is we'll have like, yeah, so these things will use mana. This is like our ghost reveal potions. That would be like a one-off kind of thing. And the reason that I have this as a component, so like this little 0G thing where the objects are floating above the sack here. The reason that's a component is because what I'm gonna do, so you see this object inventory, this is where everything's kind of actually happening. So this is where we are, you know, zooming all of the objects back into the bag, and where we're like, you know, floating them over the object. And the reason that this is in a component is because I'm also going to put that component on our little cauldron right here. So this is going to be the this is going to be like the little crafting station, basically. So you're going to pop items above this, and they're going to be 0G in the same way that they float above this sack. And you're going to throw your items in here, and then they'll go into the cauldron, and then you make your different objects. So the way you would actually make this book is you take your book, you need 5 mushrooms, and then you'll also need some sort of like, you know, whatever, basically like magical substance I think I'll have to be able to like power these items. So you'll be able to like craft this stuff from, you know, from putting these items in here. So I'm going to do the same type of inventory system in here. Like a bag of holding, exactly. So that, again, that's where like the D&D inspiration comes from. I can't call it a bag of holding. I believe that's actually copywritten. So we're calling it this. This is technically called the sack pack right now, but yeah, it's effectively our bag of holding. So, but with the objects being 0G, so because you can't like dig your hand in there, right? So that's kind of the idea. Is again like taking this basic concept of an inventory, but doing it in a different way. So instead of having this be like a UI where we where we can pick out the items and click on them in a UI, we just have them right here. They're floating here, and we can just grab them right out of our inventory and toss them back in. And then we zip them up. And this is actually so if you're familiar with Phasmophobia, then what you would do, this is like the garage where you start off, right? And then you would put all of your items that you want to take with you on the hunt, because we don't have the concept of the van or anything like that. There's not a car that you're going back to and bring everything back. This is going to be your inventory. This is everything that you want to carry for the hunt. And you can bring stuff back with you this way too. So you'll zoom everything into your sack pack here, and then you can take it with you and go out the door. And this is how you'll bring everything with you. So this will be your actual inventory for your hunt. What happens with the wrong ingredients? So yeah, that's actually a really good question. I mean, as we dig into really like the UX for it, like I think what we'll do is I think it just like until you have so as you just throw in ingredients, it'll check to see if all of those ingredients would combine to an item. And if they would, then you'll get some kind of indicator to like start it. But as long as there's nothing that can be made with that combination of items, then just nothing will happen. So like, yo, Scavenge by Sunset, thank you for that hydrate. I love that everybody's redeeming these. It's great. It's something that I always forget to do, but thank you for that. Cheers. Swig them if you got them. Also, TTDC97, thank you for that follow. Caught me on a swig. All right, yeah, definitely stay hydrated. Come over the raid. Yeah, thank you for coming in with the raid. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, no worries. Busy with family. That's fair. That's fair. I can't even tell you. So like sometimes I'll, sometimes if I'm lurking and I peace out, for a while, there'll be like 3 different raids have happened. I won't even know like where I am by the end of it. It's pretty great. It's actually very fun. I feel like it's a good like social experiment. Get that out of here. Why is this here? Can I click to delete? Like get out of here. I don't why is that there? Oh, talk about there we go. That's weird. Anyway. So let's see. So what we have now is we got our little, so you can see the sphere that's on my hand right now. So what we need to do is we need to make an animation state for holding this object above, basically like holding the object in our view, because right now it's kind of below us right now. So what we need to do is go into the animation for these little hands right here. And I have 2 different poses right here, because what I ended up doing, this is one of the little polish items I did off stream, but I separated these 2 things into a left and right hand, basically. And so what happens here is this left hand pose is the movement and all that stuff, and then this right hand pose is basically the poses for holding different items. So you can have items that have different hand poses when you hold them. That's like what we do. I mean, I can show you that right here. So this is like our book hand pose. You can see his hands on the side. And if we do our bottle right here, that's a different hand pose to hold that. And probably the most different one is this one right here. So the skull, you actually kind of hold the back. And so this is a different hand pose, and you can toss that and go back to normal. So what we want to do, that's all happening on the right hand. So that's what all of this is. So these are all the different holding poses, and then this is our normal locomotion stuff, and then the transition between picking up and putting down and throwing, that kind of thing, happens right here. So this is just the animation for the right hand. Now, if we go back a little bit into our animation graph, this is our left hand pose. This is a lot simpler, because all this is doing is the normal walking and jumping stuff. So one thing you can see is I'm actually splitting this also at the lower arm. So what happens here is you can see we have this back and forth motion on the hands when I'm walking. But even if I pick something up, like if I pick up this skull, you can see my hands are still moving back and forth. Because what it's doing is it's taking the movement of the lower arm on the right side, and that's still this part. That's still this hand pose. So based on which level, so I just to give you an example, what we could do is I can make this the hand. So if I make this only the hand, and only the hand changes poses, I'm really not able to type the word hand, apparently. That was crazy. So now this is just the hand, and what we can do is grab this, but you can see like the hand, like you can see the hand doesn't move position, it just kind of rotates, like it'll grab these things and it'll just drop them, but you don't really, there's like no movement in the hand itself, because none of these things are happening right there. So holy God, are you talking about the hunter pose one? This one? It's I mean, I've definitely made crazier animation graphs, but it's yeah, this one. So I'm using conduits here because I don't want to have different transitions between every like individual thing that I do. So I think you can actually see this. I think you can see this running too. Like if we play this and we kind of just take this down here. Do we get to see this? Oh, there's no object selected. Let's see. Here we go. So yeah, you can see we're in our idle right now. And then are we not oh yeah, so here's our locomotion. We go into hand pose. Can we grab this? There you go. So you see we went over to the holding skull, because we are currently holding a skull. And then I can drop this and then go over to holding a book, or no, that's the bottle. Then holding the book. So that's the one at the bottom there. So you get like these different different states just for the right hand over here. So what I want to do now is go back over to the left hand, and I want to have a different state for this one, because this one is going to be the actual like how we show the oh, and actually I should change this back real quick before I forget this. So I think this should be on lower arm. But yeah, so we want to mix these things. The real trick is going to be, if I want to, is this will lock the one arm. So we'll see what happens. But yeah. Really smooth handling, thanks. Yeah. I always try to, like, you know, blend between all these things and make it really, happen. Rosenrot, thank you for that follow. Let's see. Are you also the developer, or are you focused on animations? No, I'm actually not focused. So I don't even make any of these animations. I'm just implementing them in here. So I am the only dev of this game. So I basically took a bunch of, like, this entire thing right here is just a bunch of Frankenstein like assets, and I am building all of the functionality for it. So yeah, I'm basically only focused on animation to the degree of implementing the clips that I get here, and I do have to end up making some of my own like hand poses, because I'm doing some custom stuff with that. But for the most part, no, I'm not like focused on animation or anything like that. I'm entirely focused on implementation and the code and stuff like that. Like, so one of the things that we just did, for instance, in here, is we scaled all of our objects in our inventory. So this sack right here, I still have this thing on my left hand. We're gonna make that a real boy soon, but. So this is like our inventory, and what we did here was we scale the objects down as they get closer to the bag, and then pop them back out in their original locations. Do that. So graphics look like Harry Potter. I mean, it is kind of like, I mean, it's really, I guess, kind of medieval fantasy themed. This is an alchemist workshop that we're in right now. So yeah, I mean, it's very I would say it's like Harry Potter adjacent. Stylistically, but yeah, looks good. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. It's been cool. Like, honestly, all of the art stuff is from the marketplace. I just find assets that I really like, and I try to shout those out too when I get them, because I mean, even this Alchemist Workshop is a great example, because I changed it a little bit. I optimized some of the stuff for runtime and all that, but and also Pixie, thank you. Like, it's funny because, like, it's very different. I understand from, like, what, the way that most people choose to spend their time, but but I'm glad it's interesting to people who don't normally like do it, because it is a little behind the scenes thing. But if we go to environments, one of the first things we should get here, or is it not? Hold on, Alchemist, or is it not in the environments? Oh yeah, it's, what the fuck is it? Oh, it's under a project. It's like its own project. So yeah, this is like the original of the Alchemist Workshop. So this is like how it comes with all these books and stuff in it. So I basically cleared out everything. I took everything, I like emptied it out and just made it more plain, and then you're gonna add stuff to it as you go. So yeah. Don't make me use them. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'll have a mic. It'd be interesting. I did look into, there are like plugins that you can get for this to do like the speech to text and stuff like that, so you can kind of like detect what people are saying, things like that. So it is possible to do that. But I don't know. Have a bag of recall. You speak into your mic and it recalls that item. That would be really interesting, honestly. Like, what, that also sounds like such a good thing for, like, in the future. One of the things I want to do is VR projects, I think that would be really interesting. And like have a VR thing, but then be able to like say something and it spawns that item for you. That would be kind of awesome. I certainly wouldn't make it yet, but yes, carry over to your point. I don't wouldn't make it a requirement. Oh, but Dab, so Dab really looks like an interesting project. It is. So this is actually this is my Twitch bot. So I mean we can try it out real quick. I wonder. Let's do this last minute, just like insanely last minute dab rig demo. See if this works, because I should be able to just hook this up in theory. This is Bruce Cooper, by the way. I was helping him move. I was helping him move all his dab rigs to his new storage unit, and that was the picture from that day. And so this is our claw machine that we have here. So I'll change this from Bruce and have it going in here. So if I log in, theoretically, this will allow me to log in here and be. Is it gonna let me do it? It did not let me do it. Okay, I might have to fix something with the Twitch connection. But it didn't even seem like it tried though. That's the curious thing. Oh, it found the token, but I need to like wipe the I need to wipe the save. That's what I need to do. Actually, let me just do a little. Let me just do this so I can at least give this a fighting chance to work by deleting the dab rig. We got to delete the save file here. And let's see. Saved, where? Save games. There we go. Credentials, that's the one. Let's get that out of there. Get that out of there. Okay, so now it should actually make me log in again when I do this. So let's go. That should make me log in, which should then, yep, there we go. And that should actually work now. Great. Connect, success. We did it. We did it, fam. We connected. Okay, so now I'm going to fill this with a bunch of different little puppies. And if anybody wants to try this, you can type !claw and it will grab you a puppy. Ghost can't find anything. Exactly. Well, so there are going to be this is the Twitch bot. So Pixie just did the so these all come in as they go. So these will happen one at a time. Everybody's going to get their chance at whatever dog they get. What do we got? A puppy. Oh, that's the OG. It's the original puppy model. Okay. So let's see. So yeah, so this is connected to Twitch chat, and well, it's funny, yeah, because this really is. I mean, it's kind of like what this whole thing is. So this is as like a thing. Let's see. Got the brown puppy. So obviously, got to fix like lighting and stuff here. But this is connected to Twitch chat so that and it will also read names of like who gets what item, and it'll basically like grab one of these little pups. So this is a thing I'm working with Bruce on, and yeah, getting some stuff going for this. So it will be so the next thing that we're gonna do for this, okay. Gonna take all of the puppies out of here. I'm gonna just give some more, just in case, because I think what happens if there's no puppy within a certain like a certain area, it will just not grab anything, I think. So it'll be interesting. We'll see. But yeah. So the idea behind this is going to be a Twitch bot that you can like run in the background of your stream and have people be able to like. I got one of the Dalmatians. So yeah, these are all the little prizes. Oops, I definitely messed that up. Okay, here we go. Got another Dalmatian. So yeah, so this is kind of the proof of concept for hooking it up to to different things. Well, yeah, I mean, the idea of it, I was playing around with the idea of just making it go back and forth a little bit to go to different areas, so it wasn't just like a straight up, it goes to one stop, one thing, and then grab something. I made it do a little bit of random movement beforehand, but yeah, we can speed it up. But yeah, so this is one of the things I'm doing as a connection to Twitch. The game itself will also, I'll let this one go, and then we'll we'll be done with the claw. But that's why the background is green, because what we got, the last one there, we got the tan and black puppy. Nice. Okay, so anyway, that's that one. That's what the dab rig is. It is a Twitch bot that will, I have a couple of different scenes going for these different little games that you can do with chat and stuff like that. So all that stuff is kind of just in the works. I want to have the bot to the point where I can just be able to run it in the background and do all this stuff. But yeah, the next step of that is that we're going to actually have an inventory and be able to have people like show off their rare items and stuff like that. So every item is going to have a different rarity to it. And so if you get really lucky, or you just try it a bunch of times, you can flex your best item and that kind of thing. So that's what the dab rig is. Yeah, you collect all the pups. That's what we're gonna do. So yeah, it'll be fun. We're gonna be doing a whole bunch of different things with that. But now we still we still have our orb hanging out on the left on our left hand here. So what we're gonna do is actually turn this into our mana indicator. I think stuff like that can be very lucrative if you let other streamers use it. Yeah, like so I mean, I've never been accused of being a business person. So I don't have any plans for even like what I'm gonna do with a lot of this stuff. But yeah, I do want it to be open for people to use, like, and be able to people just make their own custom content for it. Blue Pacific board, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, so it is it's most of this is just to share dev stuff, and like really, if it weren't for the content, I would just open source the bot. The only reason I can't is because the content I'm using in it is not open sourced. But otherwise, I could just have that project public on GitHub. See Burn, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. Thank you for listening to me ramble about input and teaching me things. Pixie, you are always more than welcome here. It is a pleasure to have you. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for asking questions. Like, honestly, it is a lot of the, again, the reason I do this is to just like share all this stuff and kind of just, by default, I'm just going to explain what I'm doing, but I'm more than happy to go off on any tangents and just kind of like, just, I mean, if we ended up doing just a whole different project, it'd be like, oh, what if we just made this whole separate thing? We would just go off on it. We did the did the portable rave kind of on a lurk. Felix, thank you for that. Hydrate, swig 'em if you got 'em, everybody. Cheers. I still have like over half this smoothie going, so I'm gonna have to actually remember to drink sometimes on my own without somebody reminding me. It's gonna be weird. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but okay. So let's get our little orb here. Get a little Orby. Little Orby needs to first of all start off not being visible. That's kind of an issue because we're just seeing it all the time here. And we don't really want that, so we're gonna turn off visibility for this. So now we at least don't have this random orb hanging out. So what we're gonna do, have a stream. Yes. That's why you're gonna be the Banshee. Actually, speaking of that, it's not called a Banshee, so I'm curious what people think about this. But the direction I'm going in with the ghosts is I'm going to name them all totally different things. I don't want to reuse the ghost types in Phasmophobia, for instance, because I don't want there to be a confusion of like, the behavior is going to be different, right? So Or I don't know, like I don't know if there's any benefit to like just using similar like phasmophobia behavior so that people already know it, but I feel like it's better to do it different. We have different mechanics, so all of the things are not really going to translate anyway. So I probably will do something more like just grabbing like, you know, like kind of just taking different names for all of this stuff. So for instance, what I have for the ghosts here, if we go back into here, there's one. Let me see. There's one that's actually for, yeah. So it's called the Hatif. Um. Oh yeah, yeah. Cairo Mira, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for the chats. Thanks for hanging out. Pleasure. Hope to see you again. And yeah, and check out all the fun stuff that that you're up to as well. What's the orb in there for? Yeah, so I'm gonna use the orb is going to be the mana indicator. So we are going to be using it. It's not just random. It has a purpose. So yeah, so there's this. I took some notes on this on different ghosts, and this one I thought was really interesting because it says this is apparently Arabic for calling or shouting, and I was like, that sounds like that sounds like the pixie one then. That would be a really cool. So it calls him, goes, and yeah, announce their death. So this is like for shouting. I think it would be really funny. And this one is also really interesting. The Whistler. So it's like this is apparently like a backwards thing. Like when you hear this whistle, when the whistle sounds like it's close to you, that means that the ghost is far away. But when the whistle sounds like it's far away, that's when the ghost is close to you. And that's a really interesting like audio thing that I can even put in there. So so yeah, so I think we'll be doing some stuff like that. I think it'll be fun. Are you friends with Magnus Carlsen? No, I don't know who that is. But yeah, okay. So anyway, like so this is our indicator right here. So we can toggle this orb, but actually I'll turn it on for now just because we want to change the material. We have our fun new material here for this. Where is it? Examples. Yeah, here we go. Ripple. I'm gonna pop that in there. Cool. So actually we can leave it on now, and so there's our ripple. So we just need to have this. We need to have basically a pose where we are holding this orb like up. And fortunately, I already have something kind of similar. I've heard of the Whistler thing before. I think it's something to do with being in the woods at night. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if you hear the whistling like in the woods at night, and if it's like far away, that means like the whistler's close to you. I think that's really cool. I think there'd be some really fun things that we can do with it. So yeah, so I want to diverge in that way too. I don't want to use the same names as like the Phasmophobia ghosts, which they have so many now that like it's hard to avoid. So maybe there will be some overlap, but I want to try to avoid the overlap as much as possible. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so now for this, we have our mana indicator, but we need a couple of things here. We need a pose so that we can hold it up and actually see what we're doing here. And then we need it to actually update based on our mana. So what we can do is we'll take our Hunter Arms Atom. We're going to use this left hand pose because this is just doing all of our normal locomotion stuff. This is everything that the left hand is doing. So what we want is we want to take this this new thing here. Actually, where I think it's called lift. Let me search for it here. I think it's called lift. Yeah, lift loop. Left lift loop. Brilliant. Okay, so this is going to be the mana indication. Let's see. It also hard to avoid because based off real folklore and other stuff. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, because it's not. Yeah, they obviously Phasmophobia doesn't like own those names. Like I would not run into legal trouble, you know, if I had a ghost that was called a poltergeist or some shit. But just for the sake of it not being kind of confusing and running into the kind of the same type of like, you know, behaviors and it being confusing just talking about it. I'd rather just have different names for the ghosts if I can, you know. So this is our new state here that we got, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna loop it first of all. Where is that? Play rate, loop animation. There we go. Perfect. So what we need now is an actual condition. You can see like this. This does not have a can enter transition. So to get into the mana indication pose here, we're gonna need some setting on the hunter for whether this is on or off, right? So let's just add that right into our character. So I think I'm just gonna go with like using a gotta trademark the manatee system. That's true. Actually, wait a second. You know what? That is, I think, is that my stats? Yeah. We're just gonna change that to manatee right now before I forget. So, and this is also manatee recovery rate. Great, got that locked in. So now what we want to do is we need just a Boolean that says whether or not we are that we're like basically showing the whether we are showing the mana indicator. So showing like, I guess like showing manatee, right? Showing manatee. Oh my god, you know what? Hold on. This is the manatee. This indicator is the manatee. We've there we go. It's all coming together. Ah shit. I guess it's the manatee sphere. I'll take it. There we go. So that's the manatee sphere, which is tied to our showing manatee right here, which I guess, I mean, we could just base it off this visibility then, couldn't we? I guess, you know what? We already have a variable for it. I'm not going to add a new variable for something we technically already have. So what we need though is a way to toggle it. Okay, so what I want is an easy access to this, so I can get my hunter, right? But I don't want to have to. I mean, I can get manatee sphere, and I guess we can just say like is visible. Okay, so wait, this is any two mana. Yeah, right. This is a yes. Right, that's how we enter the transition here. And then if we do this, we can do the opposite, and we can say not Boolean, and then put that in here. And this is kind of crazy. I don't know if this is like, I don't feel like amazing about this. This is not maybe completely the way I would do it, but it's like not terrible. It's a little bit silly, but it's not the worst. So I can just basically, and if I turn this on, if I turn on the manatee sphere, then it will automatically go into this hand pose. So that's all we have to do. So actually we can test this out by we can start it as being visible. So okay, so here's this, and there we go. So now we are holding up. Yo, World of Mars, thank you for the follow, appreciate you. This is our mana indicator, and we're holding it up, but we don't have a way to toggle it now. Basically what I can do is just set the visibility right here. Yo, welcome on in. What are those, your emotes? Those are awesome. That's super cool. Yeah, thank you for that follow. Thanks for hanging out. How is your night going? Assuming it is night, your part of the world. Who knows? It's definitely fucking night here. It got real dark. It was actually like still straight up daytime when I was getting ready. But okay, so what we need here is, so we can say this is normal now because we don't have this visible, and if we turn this into visible, what we can do is pop this in here. Actually, we'll probably need to be able to transition from any state. So it looks like our thumb is kind of like in it a little bit, but anyway, we just need a way to toggle this now. Going on, just got a solo W in Fortnite. Damn, nice. It's funny. I don't do like, Fortnite is one of those things I've played like a little bit of, but I don't do like a lot of the PvP stuff so much. But the one thing I miss, if there were one game that I wish like more people played just because it's the one PvP game I actually enjoy, it'd be Naraka Blade Point. That game's so fucking fun, but it's just like this really weird, very different, like mostly melee combat focused battle royale type of thing. But I love it. It's that weird. It's the very weird type of game that I enjoy. Okay, so now we need a way to toggle this because it doesn't really work here. So what we can do is we can make a really basic like debug input for this basically. So instead of here, what we can do, instead of setting up a real thing, I'm just gonna try a keyboard T. We got that? Keyboard T. I don't think I'm using that for anything right now. So when we press keyboard T, what we're gonna do is just toggle this. So we're gonna set visibility, and we're gonna do that twice for each of these. Put that in there. So when you press this, we're gonna toggle it on, and when we release it, you're gonna toggle it off. Pretty simple. And so we're gonna hook up a proper input for this, but just to make sure that this works, I want to be able to just toggle it with a really quick key press here. So now I can do this, hit T, there we go. Hit T. Oh, so when I hold down T, it does this, and when I let go, it'll go back into say, but it only goes from the movement, which is kind of annoying. So I want to see, our idle. So we're not transitioning out of our idle into here. Oh, because this doesn't transition out unless we're moving, right? So okay, so let's do this. We already have a rule for transitioning into the mana indicator here, so let's just do this. Check our idle, and one of those, so the main way that we get out of idle is if we start moving. What we can also do now is say, or if this is visible. So we can do a little or boolean, pop this in here, hit this, and now we should be able to transfer from our idle state to this. So we go here. No, we're still not. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Actually, wait. I'm trying to read. Oh, manatee sphere. Wait, what? How are you reading none trying to get manatee sphere? That's weird. I mean, I guess we could, like, yeah, maybe it does make sense to have this on the hunter itself. Or I wonder if it's just when it initializes. I think it's like the very first frame. Technically, it doesn't have this. So, that is, but wait, does it? But if I disconnect this, it's only this one, because I'm also checking the sphere right here. And this doesn't seem to return errors as far as I've been able to tell. Yeah, there's no errors on this one, even though it's checking the same thing. But for some reason, when we go out of this idle the first time, because it's checking this case. I think the first time it runs, it like doesn't, it like this doesn't exist, so we can't count on this not being null. That's really weird. So will the orb get dimmer as we run out of mana? So it won't get dimmer. It will. I mean, it will get overall. It will get like less full. So it kind of works like a. It kind of works like a Diablo health bar, in a way. So if we go over to here, take our mana T sphere, and actually we're gonna have to also change the properties on it. So if we take this sphere, and I'll pop this over here so you can see this, because we can change this property on it. So under main, so the fill, so as it goes down, so we have to rotate it as well, because we have to make sure that this stays. Actually, you know what, that means we do world rotation. There you go, problem solved. So now this like fills up and drains, and so this will be your mana indication, is how full this is. Cool. So and that is the next thing that we'll hook up for here. So now we can say toggle this, go. So I don't know whether to even bother with this. Let's see. But let's fill in the rest of our graph here. So we got left hand pose of getting back into the idol. We want to check this same thing. So we'll check the sphere here. Nope, that's not what we want. We want this. Here you go. Okay, so if this, or I guess or Boolean, or I guess we want the opposite for this. We want the not Boolean, and boom, and boom. Cool. So we should be able to go like. Cool. So now, we'll have to deal with this later. And you know what? Maybe we should let's just fix it now. Let's just be proper, because I want to clean this up so that we leave this in a good place. So what I'm just going to do here is actually make a pure function that's going to say, is mana showing, right? Or is mana T showing? Is mana T showing? This is going to return a Boolean for a yes or no on that. Hey, delete. There we go. Is showing. And all it's going to do is take this and say, actually, so we can do an is valid. We'll change this to a validated get, because that way what we can do is we're going to return here and just say, nope, it's definitely not, because it doesn't exist. It don't fucking exist, so it's not showing. Yo, Psych, thank you for that raid. Holy shit, thank you. Psych, the fucking legend. Hold on, visibility. We're gonna just set this. Thank you so much for that. We're gonna set this visibility right here. That's the one that we need. Let me get. Oh my god, little plat. What is happening here? I'm already so behind on shout outs. Shout out to Psycha. Thank you for that. You fucking legend. You are amazing. Let me make sure we get little plat. Thank you for that raid. Was this a coordinated effort, or what is happening here? This is crazy. Thank you so much for that. We're doing some dev here for this ghost hunting / ghost investigation game. Felix, thank you for that hydrate. Yo, everybody, New raiders coming in. Definitely swig them if you got them. Cheers. Definitely everybody redeem that hydrate. Stay hydrated, y'all. Cheers. That smoothie's coming in close. Yo, Gus 12FR, thank you for that follow. Welcome on in. So man, we're this should not be a get visibility. Holy shit. No, we're totally is that Sambuca but with a V? That's pretty awesome. Welcome on in. Thank you for that follow. Thank you everybody. We are doing some good. Let me show you what we're doing here. We want to get visible, I guess is what we're getting here. Yeah, there you go. So we'll just do that and return this. Yo, Digis. Yo, thank you for that gift, dude. Let me also Digi is oh my god, hold on, I'm broken here. Let me also get this shout out to little black. Come on, do it. Did you do it? Did you do it? Are you letting me do it? I can't tell. It didn't. I have to wait 1 second. Are you okay? Okay, Twitch. I will here. I waited the 1 second. Will you do it now? Will you do it now? Thank you. There you go. Everybody shout out to Little Plat. Thank you for those crazy raids. Holy shit. So let me give you a quick little tour of what we're working on here. So this right now, what we're doing is updating some animations. So what I want to do here is say is manatee showing. We want to make this a pyrotechnics. Thank you for that follow. This is a great point. We want to make this a pure function, because we make this a pure function right here, then we don't need that execution pin, and we can just say is manatee showing, boom, and then we do this, so we can get rid of this stuff, because this is apparently breaking for us. We don't like this, so we're gonna do this. Gonna do this instead. Basically packaged up this little idea of looking into seeing what was going on here. So instead of this, we can say is showing, do this, so that we're calling a function on this object rather than trying to grab an object inside of it and testing it. So in theory, this should be a little better. So let me show you what we're working with now that I've probably broken more things. And I certainly have, because now I think we're not even transitioning into the state. Do we get an error? Okay, well anyway, we don't need to worry about it then. Everything's fine. So this is a ghost investigation game, like similar to Phasmophobia, but we're going for a more like fantasy vibe here. So this right here, for instance, it may look like a normal skull, but in fact it is our flashlight. So I can turn this on, and then we can toss this, and so this right here, this is actually using some of my mana. That's the thing that we're kind of playing with right here. So that's our flashlight right there. This is our EMF reader, so I have it as like these mushrooms with glowing mushrooms. So we go into an EMF zone. We make that, we get that reading for this stuff. We can toss this in here, have that go. But this right here is actually so that's actually using my mana. This is our thermometer. So instead of just being like a dial, we click this on and we go blue for our cold zones, and we go red for our hot zones, and we can toggle that back off. So there we go. So yeah, basically, and this is our I haven't messed with this one in a little bit, but that is our, oh no, come on, there you go. So this will move by itself. It just says testing right now. So it takes a while to say testing because I made it very slow. But yeah, that's the oh god. Well, our ghost blew stuff up. That's our Ouija board, and then this right here is our ghost reveal potion. So This doesn't have an exact phasmophobia analog. This is just, I mean, this basically forces the ghost to blink. So it'll actually do its little blink pattern. And these have different blink patterns. So that's the original ghost, which means, oh, one of these, they'll go in exactly opposite patterns here. You can see they toggle back and forth. And then, oh god, that was even more disturbing. But yeah, so we have these two different ghost behaviors. This one now stays on. But yeah, but I've been working on this. Oh, one sec, you need to go downstairs. Okay. Well, yeah, so I guess this is just for the general knowledge, I've been working on this game, I guess, for about as long as the stream has been. Yo, Talinsty, thank you for that sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate you supporting the stream. You know, we're really just getting started here with this stuff, which I guess goes to the point. And you started a hype train. Holy shit, that is crazy. Yeah, thank you guys so much. This is it's nuts. It's nuts seeing the support. I know this is not your usual Twitch stream, but yeah, I appreciate people hanging out and doing things. So what we have here is our inventory. So this bag right here is yo, Anonymous, thank you for that gift. For the gift to the community. And yo, you got Fuji. Holy shit. Pretty epic gift as random gifts go. That's pretty. You got some good aim. Good aim on that bomb. Thank you for that. So this is our inventory. So you can throw these objects into, like, basically above this sack. Oh god, fucking get out of here. Holy shit. Anyway, so I'm trying to. Okay. So ghosts are embarrassing me while I'm trying to show off my inventory. So this is our inventory. You can kind of pop these things. Once they go 0G here, they are like a part of the inventory of the bag, which means we can zip it up and then we can pop this in here. But yeah, this so this game, I've been working on it for about, I mean, as long as the stream has existed. So we're going on, like, I think we're going on like the second month. And I guess there was some prep to it. Like I did like about a week or so of like rebuilding the core of the first person movement over and over again, because I actually recorded the whole thing. So I recorded making this from brand new empty project, nothing at all inside of it, and building it up from here. God, these fucking ghosts are really getting up in my shit. So yeah, the idea is to build this whole thing on stream. So it's been going for a little over a month now that I've been working on this. And we're kind of getting our basic Phasmophobia, you know, style tools going. And nope, I meant to open that, not put it back in my hand. And then the next step of this, once we kind of get a couple more things going here, is to be able to do a whole investigation where, like, right now I have both of these ghosts in here, which have different AIs. So that's going to be like the ghost behavior. So the different type of ghosts will have a different AI. And basically what I want to do is get to the point here where we can do a full, like, investigation. We spawn a random ghost, we look at the different evidence that we get for it, and we figure out which one it is. So we're going to start doing that. That's the loop that we're doing this week. So but yeah, so right here now, what we got. Okay, yeah, we definitely broke. Oh, right, because we never go back into here. So when we go idle out to here, we want to say if the manatee is showing, then you go back in. But the problem is the idle goes back in here. We want this to be the reverse. We want this to be a not Boolean. And then this should now work, and we should see. There we go. It's still only letting me do it when I move, which is dumb. But we're going to fix that. So this is our mana indicator. Only problem right now is that it doesn't actually follow our mana. So what we're going to do is make it do that. And that's how we're going to be able to see our mana, which will be the last step that we need before we kind of move into actually doing all the ghost behaviors and starting to build up the actual investigation itself. So So what we want to do is we need to take our mana stat that's on our character. So these objects are going to drain our mana slowly. We need to, and we'll represent it here. So we need to set the fill value of this, which goes between 0 and 1. So it's basically like a percentage between 0 and 1. And we need to set our mana percentage based on that value. I like the dev streamer for them over watching someone else play a game. Also, thank you for that. Yeah, it's funny. I get that at work too. I got this even today because I work in like a 3D meeting platform. So we have these little avatars in 3D space that we're talking through, and it's funny. And I get comments about like my mic and my voice and that a lot. It's very funny. I feel like I've been getting it more recently as I've been doing streaming stuff. But yeah, people have caught it calming, and I think we've had people like just falling asleep while lurking because they said it's calming. So I appreciate that. I think that's awesome. That's why I put in my Twitch little bio thing. That's why it says like the Bob Ross of game development. That's how that's how I feel. That's how it feels. But I love it because I mean, hey, I grew up watching some Bob Ross. That's a classic. And it also makes me get that that was the bit redeemed for like the Bob Ross thing where he's like, beat the devil out of it and beat the devil out of the brush. It's so funny. A little bit. Okay, so now all we gotta do is just set our parameter on our manatee. And basically anytime that we either regen our mana, right, or we drain it. So we have these two functions right here. We want both of these to then update the orb. So we're just going to have a function called update manatee. Update. Or yeah, let's go with the orb. I think manatee orb is better. Sphere seems so clinical. Manatee orb. I can't. This is a new keyboard and layout's different. It's been fucking me up. There we go. There's our update manatee orb. So what we need to do. Oh, actually, you know what? What we need is a variable for the dynamic material instance. So this is our manatee material. And I think the type is just dynamic material instance, or maybe not. Okay. Well, let's actually do. Let's say let's initialize manatee orb. So the reason we need to initialize this is because we have to actually get the material out of it. Get material, and there's only one, right? So our orb only has one material, and it's this one. So we need to create dynamic material instance. There we go. Can we put T in the orb? I mean, yeah, that you can put whatever you want. Actually, you know what's funny? It's just for you saying that makes me think it would be really cool for you to be able to customize like what your mana orb looks like. You know, maybe that'll be a setting. Maybe you can unlock different ones. Even like there's. I kind of gotta start getting into that mindset, you know? Like I want everything to be anywhere where you can like kind of customize the look of something. I want you to be able to do it, you know, like with the flashlights, with the skull lights. It'd be cool if you could like set it to whatever color you want. I just don't know what interface is best to do that with, you know? But anyway, so I'm gonna create this dynamic material. In here, optional name. I don't know if it really needs a name, but we're gonna call this manatee dynamic is the name of that. Oop, what is your problem? Oh, primitive component. Oh, well, this, right? Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. That's fine. Cool. So we're getting this. Now what we need is, I guess I'll just do this silly thing. I'll promote it to a variable, and then we don't even need to do this. We can just delete that, And oh, it's just a material. Oh, material instance dynamic. You son of a bitch. I was like, I look for dynamic material, so you called it material instance dynamic. Get the fuck out of here, Manatee. Manatee material. There you go. So now we have the reference to this dynamic material instance, and we can set properties on it. So, oh, we don't even need this. Hold on a second. Distraction Crab, thank you for that follow. Also, amazing name. I feel like I'm broken record with all of your names, but they're so great. And it's appropriate for this stream too, because really the whole idea here is that set parameter. Ooh, what do we just? I think it's scalar parameter, right? Set scalar parameter value. And yeah, the idea of this stream is to just have distractions and go off on tangents and all that stuff. So I appreciate being here for that. It sounds to me like it fit right in. So here's what we need. I need this main fill value. So I'm gonna copy the display name, and hopefully that will work. Yeah, there we go. I don't like that. We kind of want to go in and I might clean up some of this stuff and like change these names, because this just has an insane number of variables too. I feel like it's just too many. We just don't need that. It's a little bit too crazy. I think one of the best ways for customization is unlocked through challenges and stuff. For example, where to beat every map on the hardest difficulty, you get a golden orb. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that sounds great. As another way of replay. Exactly, yeah. So I mean, I am like, it's funny because, you know, I like the idea of replayability, and that's certainly why we're going in the direction of, you know, of the update mana orb. This is what we need. So that's why we're going in the direction of like Phasmophobia, where like you it's random every time. There's different stuff that happens, and that is inherently replayable. I just realized I did get scalar value. I'm like, why isn't it giving me an input for the new value that I want to get, like that I want to set it to? Like, this is what I was looking for. I was like, why is there no value here? Why is this being so stupid? Why am I being so stupid? There we go. This is the one. That's the function we need, because that scalar value is going to be the percentage of our maximum mana. Actually, where the fuck is it? Get mana. Get manatee. There you go. Now we're going to map that. So we know that this is basically going to be between 0 and 100. That's our range. And so I could just divide this by 100, but I might change like the max mana that you can get. So I'm just going to do this as a remapping. So 0 to 100 will make it between 0 and 1, because that's the scaling that this uses. So now all we got to do is call this update manatee orb anytime we change our mana, which in this case is right here. And right here. God damn it. Did it again. I overshot. But yeah, I think we'll have a lot of different like unlocks for things. I really like the idea of kind of having like all of the visual like customization things that you can do on your character are like the result of the different things that you've done in the game. You know, I really like that as an option. Pixie, yo, thank you for that. Hydrate. Oh my god, what do we do? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh, we never called the original thing. All right, well, let's cheers to that. Let's cheers to fucking not calling the function that we wrote, which broke everything later in every other frame of the game. Cheers. I do think it'd be funny that there's an Easter egg to unlock T inside there. Yeah. Well, you know what? And I also have the other in the bottle here. This is gonna break again, but yeah, the bottle even has like those kind of physics, you know. Like I think there's some fun stuff we can do with it. I'm gonna dismiss that because all we got to do here now is in our begin play. The only thing that we're setting is our previous location. We want to initialize our orb. because that will give us our dynamic material instance, and that will mean that now we should not be... There we go, no errors. Beautiful. Now all we got to do is make sure this starts as off. So there we go. So now we can move and hold our orb out, and now it should update. So let's do this, toss that, and we should be able to see it. Be able to see it start to drain. But we are like also like regenning in a way, so let's see if we do 2 of them. Oh yeah, there we go. So you see it's starting to drain. Let's get another one. Turn this on. There's that one. There you go. So we got our mana drain going, and when this gets to the bottom, these lights will turn off. All of this stuff that's being powered by my mana will turn off. Gets to the very bottom there. Oh no. Boom. And there we go. No more mana. But now that these things are off, they're no longer draining my mana, which means that little bit of regeneration that I'm getting naturally is bringing it back up. So it's something that we'll want to change. Like, I definitely want to just have a cheat where I can just like replenish my mana completely, you know, do all that kind of stuff, and be able to like maybe make it replenish faster, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, so we'll see. But we have the indicator now, so just every time I do this, I can check my mana level. Maybe one kind of ghost event can drain the mana for the person closest. Yeah, totally. Or I was thinking, like, I think there might even be some ghosts that will replenish your mana, you know, because like usually a lot of them will like hunt at certain amounts. Maybe only if your mana is completely drained, the ghost will like replenish it a little bit, stuff like that, and that will just be one piece of evidence. But you'd have to be looking at it, you know, when that happens, or to see it, you know. I think there are some, definitely some fun ghost events that we can get with this. So yeah, so we got our mana working, we got our, let's see, got our inventory, these things working, and now we can turn this stuff on. Here, turn this on. And then check our mana going down. I'll turn all that stuff off. We can package it up, move it along here, and drop our bag here, open that shit, and then we got our inventory, and we can still see our mana coming back here. You know how when the ghost hunters have their batteries go dead? Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I think I even want to have some ghosts have the ability to like turn off these objects directly, you know, like if you just leave an EMF reader, ghosts could go in and turn it off or something like that. I think there's a lot of cool things we can do with it. But yeah, actually, I mean, in Phasmophobia, I don't think does the battery go dead in the flashlight in Phasmophobia? Can you use it like too much? Have I just not used it enough to see that happen? One could be a ghost to replenish mana, but if they do, it could affect other things like bookmaking and have incorrect readings. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, like having like the kind of doing interference with the objects as well. But yeah, I didn't think they'd do that. Okay, so yeah, cool stuff. So basically, so where we are right now is we got our so we got our inventory going, we got the items kind of scaling down, sucking into there. So I could also do the inverse thing where they pop out and scale back up to that value, like gradually, but right now they're just kind of just as a quick way to access your inventory. The scaling down, I at least want to be, and this it also lets them kind of blow up like that. So yeah, we'll see. We'll mess around with this, but yeah, got the mana going so that we can actually test this out and see, actually like see the mana in real time. This, and the reason that I wanted to do this is because this is going to be one of the pieces of evidence that you can find, is like, you hit the button to get your mana going, to be able to see your mana. And when you see it change, I probably want to do a test ghost event where it actually where the ghost will replenish your mana a little bit and not have it automatically automatic. Or maybe even a thing where, like, when you're near the ghost, then your mana does not replenish if you're near the ghost, so, like, stuff like that. There's a lot of different things that we can mess with there. I think it'd be fun. What else? Some places ghosts drain. Oh, I see. Yeah. And I think there will be definitely ghost events that will like change your mana. Explanation being, ghost is funneling it into own mana through you to mess with the other objects. Oh yeah, right. Like it kind of like makes it almost like puts the mana into overdrive on it and can kind of like mess with it. That is really interesting. I'm gonna zoom all that stuff. Yeah, so I think that's looking pretty good. I think that's looking pretty good. I think we're good there. So yeah, so now that we have our mana resource, and we can even like look, since it's this is world rotation, so this object always faces in the same direction. We are just rotating around it, And so if you look at the bottom of it, you can see it kind of like fill more or less. And if you look at it from the top, it's kind of hard to see it. So that is interesting. I'll have to play around with that a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, we got some cool stuff going, Pixie. Thanks, Pixie. Yeah, it's honestly really fun. Like, this is just one of those weird things where, like, most people like play games for fun. I'd sit here and tinker on this shit to like build little things. And even in games, like I'm very partial to like games where you can build stuff, like base building games and stuff like that. Anything where you can do it is that's always a win for me. So I guess it's just kind of in my nature to do all this stuff. So yeah, so basically now we have everything ready. Now with our new mana indicator here, we have EMF level, we have the blink pattern for this reveal here. We also have temperature sensing in our bottle right here. So we have a couple of different ways that we can detect ghost behavior. So what we're gonna do, what I think we're gonna do, so usually I've been doing Sundays and Wednesdays for streaming, but I did one today because I couldn't do it. I didn't end up doing yesterday, so we kind of moved the stream today. But usually I do Sundays and Wednesdays. So I think on Wednesday we're gonna do the actual ghost behaviors, so that we do the full loop where we spawn in a random ghost, we try out these different behaviors and use our tools and try to gather evidence so that we can guess which one it is. So we'll start off, I think I wanted to start off with 3 kind of basic different ghosts so that we can test that out. So yeah, I think that is as good for us here tonight. Oh my god, these ghosts are just going crazy with. I actually like when they throw these up when it's open and floating like that. It's always miss you, Pixie. Yeah, it's always thing. Let's see, what if you made it come to a pinpoint in the center and radiate out? Would that fix the angle issue? Made what pinpoint to a center and radiate out? Like, are you talking about for the items in here? And they radiate out from this center here? Oh, the orb, I see. Oh, so instead of it being like fill up and down, it like kind of I guess that it would kind of grow then, right? Like it would kind of grow the orb. That slowed down zoom, still spiffy as hell. Wait, you're talking about the zoom for the items? I think, yeah. Yeah, I think that stuff is pretty good. Yeah, so like this, yeah, it would be interesting to try different things with this. Like this is just using the material. Did it just fucking, what happened? Oh god. Oh no, it's put the bag upside down. There we go. Yeah, I think so this is just using the property on the material, but like again, I think it would be really great, like kind of what we were talking about before with different unlocks. It'd be cool to have ones that are different, right? So you kind of like, this would be the tier 1 like mana indicator, but then you can unlock different ones as you go, you know. So light from the rear. Oh, the angles. Well, so I mean, yeah, the angle issue, I kind of like that you're able to see it from different angles. I think that kind of works. What I could do is have it billboard to the to the character. So for instance, I guess, yeah, I'll show you as a little way, since we're running a tick already here anyway. So when we reset our mana, let's just on here, what we want to do is set the rotation of the, what do you mean? Sorry, no worries. No, this is again what it's all about. So I'll show you, like, let me show you an example of like a different ways we can kind of solve stuff for this. So yeah, I'd like the idea of it radiating out. I think it would be cool to have, like, I think the one thing that we'll have to figure out is like how you know when it's like to 100%, right? Because you'd have to, I guess, have an outline as like the destination, as like the maximum, right? In the same way that if you had a bar, you would fill the bar, but you'd have like an outline of the bar so that you know what like full is, you know? And so for the orb, for that kind of going up, you do get that effect, right? But just to show you what we would be doing here, if I wanted to say keep this at the hand, but then also I want to kind of billboard it to the player. So we're gonna take our camera and we're gonna get the rotate. I guess world rotation. Let's do that. We get our world rotation, and then we are going to set the world rotation of the manatee orb, and we're just gonna set it to whatever our player view rotation is, which this is our camera. So now it is always rotated in the same way as the camera. So when we do this, I guess I'll have to, have to drain this a little bit. Whoops, not that one. So now we do this, we should be able to see this. Start going down. Let's get another. Just grab this, turn this on. Grab this, turn this on. So now, yeah, you see now this is so now no matter which way I turn, I'm getting the same view of it. No, I think I know what you're saying as far as like kind of it radiates out from the middle, so then like so you don't get this issue where you're seeing like the different angle. So this is like another way of solving that issue, where we're just rotating the object based on the camera's rotation, so it'll stay like locked to us, but you still get like the kind of full effect. So if we grab this, and how we can do here, so now we actually, with this in our hand, we can see this work. So yeah, so I think like the only thing about this, so here I'm gonna do one more thing, because this is something I'm a stickler for. The only thing about this that I want to tweak is I want there to still be some degree of like 3D-ness to it, because the one thing that this does is it gives it a very like 2D effect where you can, I mean, even when you start to drain this stuff. Whoops, no, not that. Turn that on, turn you on. So even when we start to drain this stuff, you know, you can't see it all over it. And so what I kind of want to do here is I want to give it a little bit of leeway. So what we're going to do is take this and we're going to get the world rotation of this. And we're going to lerp this. We're going to lerp it from its current rotation to this new rotation. So instead of snapping it to that rotation, if we lerp this rotator, we'll do shortest path, that seems fair, and give this just delta seconds. And then what we do is we get a little bit of smoothing here. So it's not gonna rotate perfectly with the camera, so we'll be able to see like above it a little bit and below it a little bit. But so let's see. So yeah, so you see we kind of get a little bit of the angle here. You can see down below it, but then it corrects itself. So it goes gradually to the direction I'm moving it. I kind of want to do it with the movement as well, because so a lerp is that's a good use of that. So a lerp is basically lerp is short for interpolation. So like mathematically, what happens here, and I wonder if I can. Actually, you know what? Here, we'll do this. I'm trying to think of like the easiest way to visualize this. Let's do this. We're gonna set a relative location on here. So we're gonna set relative location. Set relative location right up here. Go to this. So what we're gonna do is basically do a lerp between two different locations. So right here, we're gonna take a lerp between two vectors. So let's just do a lerp vector. Whoop. Lerp vector. There we go. My brain would explode now. It's really like, I mean, I've obviously just had computers like into my brain forever, so it's just a matter of getting more comfortable with it. So here's an example of what we can do with this. Is we want to take this relative position, we're going to lerp between 0, and we'll make the z like, I don't know, 50 or something, like who knows. But what we can do here is I'm going to make a variable for like the lerp amount. That's what we'll call it. So we can actually see what's happening here. So here's our float, here's our lerp amount. Put that right in there, and we'll make that instance editable. So now we can actually just change this in real time. So what we're going to see here is this lerp amount, and oh, you know what? I think we can even set this. Can we do like a value range? But this is gonna be between 0 and 1 is all you can do here. Slider range 0 and 1. Boom. Okay, so this lerp amount, we're gonna be lerping between these two positions. This is 0 and this is 50. So what a lerp is, this alpha is between 0 and 1. So what we're doing is we're finding some position in between these two, based on this lerp amount. So what that means is if this lerp amount is 0, that means we're starting at this first position right here. And if the lerp amount is 1, we're all the way over here. If we're anywhere in between 0 and 1, then what it does is it calculates a position in between those two. So it's algebra. Yeah, basically. So this is just saying like, yeah, take this original position, and then based on this percentage, like go start here and then go a percentage toward this location right here, and whatever that vector is what outputs here. So since this is going between 0 and 50 just on the Z, it goes between absolute 0 and then going up by 50 units. So what we can do is, now that we have, yeah, so you can see that now it's at our wrist, right? So what I can do, you know what I might do is have this toggle, because what I want to actually, you know, Felix, thank you for that hydrate, appreciate you. We are gonna swig that. Let me just take this real quick. Yep, cheers, swig them if you got. We're actually getting down to the smoothie. It's pretty crazy. So what we're gonna do is set visibility. We're gonna get visibility here, get visible, and then when we press this, we're just gonna set it to the opposite of whatever it is, right? So we're gonna take our not boolean and do the reverse. So now this is actually a toggle, so I can just hit T and now it's just there. So what I can do from that is we can just take this, we're gonna make this a little bit smaller, and we can test out our lerp now, because we have this orb that's right at my wrist right here. Actually, can I, you know what? Actually, yeah, let's do this. Let's put it in here. So now I can actually have this here. Whoop. And let's find our ghost hunter. And here's our lerp amount. And now if we bring it up to 1, so see, we're lerping between these two positions. So this is all the way at 0, 0, 50, and this is at 0, 0, 0. So if we change what we're lerping to and from, for instance, in our hunter right here, what we're lerping to and from is this 0, 50. So this is on the wrong axis, first of all. So let's try like 20 on here, and then we'll even go like 10 on this other one. So it'll be like offset and kind of wonky looking, but it will give us a good idea of what we're doing here. So here is our ghost hunter. Where did you go? Here you are. Whoop, there we go. And then we can change our lerp value. So see, now it's going down. Of course it's going down instead of up. It's not gonna play nice with me. I guess I could just do negative. But so yeah, so we're lerping between these two positions. So 0 is the original one, 1 is the destination position, and then we lerp between those. So it basically does a smooth movement between these two positions. So what we actually end up doing most of the time that we use a lerp, we're slowly moving toward a location instead of snapping it directly to that location. So what this does is this is saying, hey, take whatever rotation that you have, and then this is your destination rotation, right? And then just lerp that just a little bit, right? So this alpha, this delta seconds, usually this is the amount of time since the last frame. So usually that's about, like, if we're running at 60 frames a second, then it's something like 0.016 or something like that milliseconds. So that's what we're putting into here. So it's only moving a little bit toward the object every frame, which is why we get that smooth movement. So it'll shift when you do. Yeah, so it'll move like based on this lerp. So you can think of it as lerping in between these two positions, but the way that we're using it, this gets updated every frame. So every frame we're saying, like, between this new value that we have and whatever our destination is. So what ends up happening is, when it's very far away from this destination, if these two things are very different, it'll move faster. And as they get closer together, that movement slows down, so that because there's not much distance between here, which makes the alpha effect even greater, so that we're slowing down as we approach. So if we actually make this, you know what, I can show you this really well by You teach me so much. I'm glad, except the time. Well, you know, we can't accomplish all goals here, but yeah, I'm glad I could share it because it is fun. It is fun stuff to kind of play around with, and again, like once you understand like these core concepts and how these things fit together, like this is just how you build a game, you know. Like it's kind of crazy. It is crazy. I think people overestimate the number of steps between just like understanding a few of these concepts and being able to build a game. It's like it's not really that crazy as long as you just everything is a series of these little kind of concepts put together. So for instance, here I'll show you the effect of a lerp really well here because we have one. We have a very handy lerp that we can do for our inventory here. So if we go into this object inventory, this right here is the lerp that we do as we're pulling the items in toward our box here. So we're using the actually, where is our lerp? Here's our lerp. And the alpha, so we're doing world seconds times 5. So this is 5 times faster than it normally would be. So we're gonna make this go 5 times slower. And we can go back to the new window here. So now you can watch. So I just slowed down the lerp. The lerp was 5 times delta seconds, and I made it 1 times. So this is 5 times slower than this would normally be. You can see it took a lot longer to get there. That movement was a lot slower, but because of that, we're able to see it a lot better. So we can see what's really happening there, you know? So actually, I think that works pretty well. And I think I will slow these down for testing purposes. But yeah, you can see. So that is the slower lerp. So by passing in a lower alpha here, we're making that movement slower. I think maybe we'll even try like 2.5. Let's see what that looks like. See if it's still too slow or if it looks okay. Yeah, I mean even that's not bad. I think we'll probably speed it up for the purposes of having a quick and easy to use and responsive inventory, but for being able to test out, because what I want to do is eventually I do want to like have this be like an offset value where it moves closer to the middle and then down. Right now they are all kind of just like straight down into the bag, so if they're off to the side they will kind of clip through it. So we'll see. I'll be the idea person. I mean, honestly, yeah, that's again part of what this stream is about. Is like, you know, people have like played a bunch of these games before and know like how it works and what, I mean, hell, what makes it fun too is a really important part. Because part of what I really enjoy about doing this in different ways is like I like these little interactions here where like there's so much detail in just this picking up and putting down, you know, like there's a lot of nuance in here. Like I can even throw this versus like oh, I missed. Versus just like dropping it into the inventory, you know, and all of these little movements of it kind of going back and forth. You can see when you throw it like it turns the object around before it actually throws it. So there's like a lot of little detail in these interactions. This is kind of what I really enjoy doing, is making all those little interactions, you know, feel satisfying, because that's what in games like the controls for a game and the feel of all of the motions, all of the actions that you're doing is like one of the most important things to me. Like I think that's such an underrated thing, and a thing that like a lot of devs can skimp on is just adding in those little details. God damn, I feel like that was an extreme one. I feel like they're getting worse somehow. Like they're shooting these up in the air. So creative though. Thanks. I mean, honestly, like this is all just slapping random shit together. Truly, like I just like find assets that have interesting things and you know, make something out of it. This game get my creative juices running. My brain doesn't like creative juices, so it hurts listening. While I grind a game. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes with grinding, you need that like, it's like it's the opposite of something like this, where you just like need your brain to shut off, you know, and just like be able to focus on something. But we are actually gonna wrap it up here because we're at a really good point now. We got the two of the main things that we're going for here. We got our zoom and our scaling down into here, and we have our new mana orb, which I'm really excited about, because now we can take this stuff and turn all these things on and start draining our mana and get some really cool stuff out of it. I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's whoop. Here we go. So I think we got some good stuff here. So basically on Wednesday, so should be Wednesday is going to be the next time we'll do this, and we're going to start using all of these tools to now create the investigation loop. So that's going to be next time. But yeah, so I want to find someone to share the love with, because we always love doing that. There are so many amazing people here. So yeah, thank you so much, Centauri. You hope to see you. Yeah, we'll be back Wednesday. We'll be doing like the investigation loop. We're gonna spawn a random ghost, and we're gonna see if we can figure out which one it is just based on evidence. And Mick Merck 1911, thank you for that follow. So yeah, we're gonna move it on over to our BRB screen so that we can rate out. And I mean, let's see. What do we got here? Oh man, you know what? Wait, is is this an updated list here? Let me make sure that we got all the stuff here. So yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. It has been such an awesome time. Let's see what we got here. All right, so yeah, we gotta go over and say hi to our main dude here. If feel like we're matching vibes here, you know, we try to keep it chill around here, and we just gotta say hi to one of our favorite people, Sir Church Chill, because that dude has a chill vibe if ever we saw one. So let's go share the love. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to Church, and let's see. So, and if you want a little raid message here, we're gonna pop this in here, and I'm gonna use the follower emote. So obviously only subs will have the sub emotes, but this welcome emote is for everybody that's following will have that emote, so you can use that as well. And yeah, let's see, let's show Church all the love, because he's a fucking legend. He is such a good time. It's always a vibe there. So let's vibe out with Church on the bayou in the old Hunt Showdown. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Let's share the love, because Church is a fucking legend. So thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. Wednesday, we're going to be doing the ghost investigation. We're going to be spawning a random ghost. We're going to be guessing which one it is based on the evidence that it will provide to us, which we're also going to be tweaking the behaviors for. And then we're going to do the whole investigation loop. So we will see this game really start to come together. And that will be on Wednesday. Until then, thank you all for hanging out, and have a good night.
It's nice, you know what I mean? It's like, woo, I did it, yay! Like, okay, I actually was a 4-star. Like, cool.